Oh, chat. I'm trying a new, like, website for Creative Commons music, right? Because last SUDOKUVANIA stream, I was playing public radio, right? Which were playing public domain songs, right? Completely copyright-free songs. But I forgot. Of course, I forgot that copyright is a stupid fuck that makes no sense, right? So, like, I got, like, 20 copyright claims on the last stream, on the last Thinking Thursday stream, not because the songs were copyrighted, but because the specific performances played on public radio were copyrighted. And even though they're copyrighted with attribution, right? So they're entirely fine because, hey, the radio host says what each of them is and gives credit, right? Even though that, Twitch and YouTube are still a fucks. And they don't want to touch anything that could possibly be copyright stricken with a 3,000-foot pole. So they just muted the audio. Also, hi Crow. Hi Lore. Hi Kid. So I'm trying a different website this time. Right? We're just listening to some Chopin. Right? And it should be fine. It should be fine this time. Maybe. Maybe. Anyway, though. How are y'all doing? How's it going? Last week, we made decent progress, right? We got the first half of the front gate done, more or less, right? A lot of this stuff you can't resolve until later on, really. From what I remember, at least. Right? But we did the courtyard. Right? We beat the boss of the courtyard, and that's what matters. And then we got mostly through the quarters, right? Mostly. We couldn't find the boss cell. I can't remember where it is. And I know that it's theoretically possible for us to do this. That's what's frustrating me. Is that I know this is possible. I just don't know what the fuck I did the first time to get through it. But we ended up in the factory, and I know that the factory is the next place to go anyway, right? Like, after the factory, we're not going to the library yet. I'm pretty sure next up we go back around, finish up the front gate, and then do the battlements. So I'm hoping that we can, at least today, get through the factory. I know that it's a pain in the ass, though, and I know that the boss puzzle is insane to wrap your head around. I am going to go over the rules one more time, right? So, digits along a bronze guide thermo line strictly increase, right? They can skip digits, right? So like they could go 1, 3, 4, 7, 9, for instance. Doesn't even have to end in 9 either, right? They just have to increase. And then cells on a whip sum to the digit in the attached circle. So like 4... let's do something easier. 1, 2... 1, 3? Is that 5, 6... No. Like that. Right. On a whisper line, each digit must differ from the nearest digits on the line by 5 or more, right? So, like, 1 could go to 6, right? And then the only other digit it would be able to go down to would be 1, but it could go up to 9, and then could go all the way down to, as at highest, 4, right? As long as there's a difference of 5 or more, it's fine. And then in the factory, due to horseplay, cells separated by a knight's move cannot contain the same digit. So this would not work, because it's a chess knight's move. So, getting right into it. Oh boy. My brain already hurts. Okay, we know that a 5 can never go on a German whisper line, right? That's what these are called. The difference of 5 or more. Right? So this theoretically has to be a 1, can't be a 2 or a 3 because of Sudoku rules. 4, can't be a 5 or a 6. It could be a 7, 8, or a 9. Can't be a 4, actually, because of Knight's move. Right? So in all likeliness, it's going to be a high number, but I can't prove that yet. Hi, Aaron. I'm also going to turn up the music. So this one, 1, 2, 3, can't be a 4, can't be a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then 1, can't be a 2, could be a 3, can't be a 4 or 5, can't be a 6, could be a 7, 8, or a 9. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, can't be a 5, can't be a 6, 7, 8, or a 9. Oh, that's a lot of possibilities. Now we know that this is a thermometer. It could increase further, right? But we don't know that it will. So as soon as we can figure out which direction it increases, that'll be great, you know. We know that a 5 and a 4 can never go in either of these cells. Right? And we know that a 2 can never go in either of these cells, nor this cell, actually. Because this is in the middle of the thermometer, and it has to increase or decrease. So this could be a 2, 3, can't be a 4 or a 5, 6, 7, or an 8. 2, 3, could be a 4, can't be a 5. 6, can't be a 6, 7, or an 8. And then this is restricted to between 3 and 7, right? And it can't be a 4, 5, or a 6 because of Sudoku rules. So that gives us a nice 3, 7 there. It'll be cool if we can form that into a pair. But I kinda doubt it. And we know... Hold on. No, we don't know. Damn it. Let's do some standard Sudoku for a second. 2, can't go anywhere there. 3 could really theoretically go anywhere in here. 4 is pretty restricted, actually. What about 5s? 7s? Not really that great, if I'm being honest. Hi, Eris. How are you doing? I feel like it's been a minute since I've seen you in my chat. So what is the logic here? Well, rest them legs. We're just gonna be chilling today. Well, y'all are gonna be chilling. I'm gonna be struggling and suffering. Ah. Oh, okay, cool. I can't believe I'm already struggling this much. Just, there's something with this logic right here, right? Right, hold on. This can't be a 2. Neither can this. Right, because of the knight's move constraint. Does that give us anything interesting, though? I mean, it does restrict 2s in this to here, but that's not, like, helpful. Not yet, at least. Not until we can figure out which direction it goes. I've still got everything right. Okay, I've got everything right so far. I am going to be, quote, cheating, unquote, a little bit by just checking to see if I've misplaced a digit every now and then. So this can theoretically be anything but a 5 and a 4, but I feel like there's going to be more issues with it than that. So let's see if I can find them. No. No, I cannot find I cannot find them. Guess we can just keep filling candidates for right now. This can't be a 1, a 4, or a 7. This can't be a 5, an 8, or a 9. This can't be a 5, 8, or a 9. This can't be a 4, 7, or a 1. This can't be a 2, 6, or a 3. But also, this can't be a 4. This can't be a 5, or a 2. And that's about as far as we can take that. I wish we could narrow this down more is the thing. I'm really looking, though. German whispers and thermometers together really push things generally towards the higher and lower digits. Like 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9 tends to be the set that you're playing with. I want to be able to, like, narrow this down more, right? Like, if this is a 4, this could be a 7 or an 8. Hold on. If this is 4, right? This can no longer increase nor decrease. Actually, this 3-7 is actually a lot more powerful than I gave it credit for. Okay. If this is a 4, if this is decreasing, it has to go down to a 3. And then it can no longer decrease. If it's increasing, the lowest it can go is a 7, right? Which immediately becomes impossible. If it goes to an 8, it's still impossible. So this can never be a 4. If it's a 3, it could go up 7, 8, 9, for instance. If it's a 7, it could go... If it's a 7, could it go down? Yes, Eris. Just to recap the rules one more time. Digits along a thermo line must increase from the bulb to the end. They can skip digits, right? They just have to increase. Cells on a whip sum to the digit in the circle. Right? So like 4, 1, and 3. Right? We're gonna pretend that this is only 3 long because I don't want to think of another 4 digits add up to. On a whisper line, each digit must differ by at least 5, right? So like 1, 7, 2, 9, 3, or even 4 here, etc., right? And then in the factory specifically, there's a knight's move constraint. So if this is a 1, this could never be a 1, because it's a knight's move away. Nor could this, nor this, nor this, nor this, nor this, nor this, nor this. It basically turns the scene squares into this sort of shape. Or, I guess this. Depending on where the 1 is, you know. But that's what we're dealing with here. So let's ask, if this is a 7, this cannot increase. Can it decrease? 4 is the lowest this can go. 3 is the lowest this can go, and then it can't decrease anymore. If it's a 7, it can't increase or decrease, therefore it cannot be a 7. If it's an 8, can it decrease? 7, 3, no. Can it increase? No. It can't be it cannot be a 7. If it's a 9, can it decrease? Because that's all that's left. 8, 7, 3. Yeah, this could be a 9. Is there any other issue to this being a 9, though? If this was a 9, it would force this to be a 9. Force this to be a 1 or a 3. Does the knight's rule break out of the factory if the knight's move starts in the factory? No, it does not. The rule only applies to this area. So, like, this 9 doesn't rule out a 9 here. Let's see, if it's a 3, it can still increase. 4, 7, 8, 9. But we did manage to rule out quite a few numbers here. Now let's try to do the same here. 9, can it decrease? 8, 7, 4... 8, can it decrease? 7, 3, can no longer decrease. Can it increase? No, obviously not. This can't be an 8. 7, can it increase? No. Can it decrease? 6, 7, 4... Yeah, it can decrease. This one is a lot less powerful. There's too many options, you know? It's too much. Can this be a 6? It couldn't increase if this was a 6. Wait, what do you mean 7, 6, 7 isn't decreasing? Hold on. 9, 8, 7, 4, 3. 7, 6, 3. Okay, so it can't decrease. Did I do something very silly there? Yeah, this can't be a 7. Thank you. I think I just got wrapped up in it. Okay, so that can't be a 7. Useful information. If this is 6, can this decrease? 3, no. Can it increase? 7, no. This cannot be a 6. So both of these are 1, 2, 3, 9. Alright, let's run through something. If this is a 7, this has to be a 2 or a 1. Right? So then this would have to increase. Right? And then this would have to be a 3 or... This would have to be a 1. And then this would have to be a 9. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna walk through that a little bit slower. If this is 7, this has to be either a 1 or a 2. Right? It can't be a 3 because that's not a difference of 5 or more. Right? Regardless of whether or not it's a 1 or a 2, right? This ends up having to be increasing. Right? So it could be a 3, a 6, or an 8. If it's a 6, this would have to be 7, 8, 9. Either way, no matter what, right? Even if it's increasing as slowly as possible, this always ends up being a 7, 8, 9. If this is low. Right? So if this is 7, this is a low digit. This is forced into being a 7. This is forced into being an 8. This is forced into being a 9. Right? That forces this to be a 1. Which would force this to be a 3 and this to be a 6. There's actually nothing wrong with this. Ah, god damn it. I rushed into it. I would force this to be an 8. Damn. I thought I was onto something with that. Maybe I am. You know? I'm still just like, but, hold on, maybe. I mean, let's go the other way with it. Why not? If this is 1, this has to be 9, right? This can never be a 3 because then it couldn't decrease, so this would have to be a 7 and an 8. Right? This would have to be a 3 or a 4. This would have to be a 1, 2, or a 3. So let's just roll with this for a second. This would have to be a 3. Neither of these could be 9s. This could no longer be an 8 or a 3, obviously. Neither of these could be 1s. I really hate bifurcation like this, but I can't think of how else to make any meaningful progress. This could no longer be a 9. This could no longer be a 1. Or a 9. This would have to be a 6. But I don't feel like this is it. I still feel like, hey, there's some sort of conflict that we just haven't run into yet. And that I cannot find for the life of me. Like, there's gotta be a way to prove, right, what direction it's increasing. And we just tried, hey, this is the end, not the bulb. So let's try the other way around. If this is not a 9, well, okay, first, just so that I don't lose my fucking marbles, we're just gonna leave that there, right? Just as a marker of, hey, undo until we reach that, right? Well, let's say that this is increasing, right? That would force this to be a 9. We just did that. I am already going insane. Let's say that this is the end of it. Right. This could still be a 1, 2, or a 3. Right. This could theoretically be a 3 or a 6. If it's a 6, it would make it a 7, 8, 9. But if it's a 3, then it's still 7, 8, 9 down here no matter what. This could no longer be an 8 or a 9. It'd have to be a 1 or a 4. This could no longer be a 9. This could no longer be a 9, it would have to be a 1. This would have to be a 3. Couldn't be a 9. Couldn't be a 9. Or a 1. It would have to be a 2, specifically, which would force this to be a 7. That makes this a 6-8. That would make this a 6-8 pair, which would force a 9 into here. Okay, let's go over that one more time just to make sure. Right. If this is the end of the bulb, it has to be a 9. Right? If this is a 9, it has to be the end of the bulb. Hi, Cassidy. So these numbers would have to be strictly increasing. Right? This can never go lower than a 3, right? So this has to be a 7. This would have to be an 8. This would have to be a 9. This would no longer be able to be a 9, forcing it to be a 1. This would have to be a 3. This wouldn't be able to be a 9. It would be a 6 or an 8. This couldn't be a 1, or a 3, or a 9. It would have to be a 2. This would have to be a 7. This can no longer be a 2 or a 7. It has to be a 6 or an 8. That forces a 9 into here. That's impossible. This can never be a 9. And because this can never be a 9, we know which way that we know which way the thermometer goes. It has to increase. So this can never be a 7 or an 8. Has to be a 3 or a 4. This can never be a 3. It has to be a 7. This has to be an 8. This has to be a 9. We're making progress. Thank fucking God. Maybe bifurcation isn't all that bad. Maybe bifurcation is actually the way to go. Everybody do buy shit now. This can't be a 1 because of Knight's move. This can't be a 9 because of Sudoku. That makes it a 6. Let's see. This can't be an 8 because of Knight's move. Can it be a 7? Yes. Can it be a 9? Yes. Okay. None of these can be 1 anymore. This can't be an 8 anymore. None of these can be 9 anymore. This can't be 9 anymore, and this can't be 9 anymore. Right, so the question is, where does 9 go in here? It has to go here. I'm going to, just real quick, motherfucker! What did I mess up on? No! My proof was indisputable. This is why we check. This is why we check. What did I misplace then? Oh, wait. Hold on. Did I leave? I left this. Sorry, if you misplace a cell outside of all of this, it still counts as, incorrect, right? Because there are puzzles out here, right? For instance, on this sum, we know that ATE sums up to 8. It's really dumb. But you can in fact solve the title. I'm just doing it little by little, like... Yeah. Yeah, it's fun. It gets silly with it. Either way. Yeah. We were right. We were right to be doing it like this. Okay. See, that boggled my brain for a second, but it's okay. It's just gonna take me a second to remember what the fuck I was doing. Oh, Eris, I've finished this entire Sudoku before. I'm doing it again because I, A, wanted to, and B, got a lot of help from, I think the YouTuber is Frank Does Puzzles, right? I solved it alongside his series. I basically would pause his series, do as much of it as I possibly could, and then wait for him to make, like, catch up and make a little bit of progress. Pause it as soon as I got his hint. Keep going. It took me, like, 300 hours doing it like that, though. So I wanted to do it solo this time. Or at least as much as I can. You know? Because it's still a brain-breakingly difficult puzzle. Okay, am I missing any other Knight's Move bullshit? This can't be a 7. Can it be a 4, 5? It can't be a 6, obviously. Could be an 8, could be a 4 or 5. Nothing saying this can't be a 2 or a 5. Nothing saying this can't be a 2, 4, or a 7. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. If this is 9, it doesn't cause any conflicts. If it's 7, it doesn't cause any conflicts. I just wish I could know if there's any reason why this couldn't be like a 4 or why it couldn't be a 3. I could bifurcate again. I'd just like to make some actual progress first. So we know these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These can't be 1 or 3. This can't be 1. This can't be 6. So 1 has to go in one of these 2 cells. And I'm going to get rid of the 9 here, which pushes 1 out of here. And out of here by necessity, meaning this has to be a 1. That was useful. Meaning this can no longer be a 1. Meaning this has to be a 1. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Oh. Finally. More cells! Yay! I love more cells. Hey, can you tell that I love more cells? One has to go on one of these two. And in fact, fuck it. Let's just mark these out right now. Can't be any of those. This can't be 7. Okay. This can't be 1. None of these can be a 2, 5, or 4. It's 1, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 across here. One can't go in any of these cells. Or these cells. Right? Or this one. Forcing it into here. Right? And then one can't go here. Forcing it into one of these two. And forcing it into one of these two. And forcing it into one of these two. Hold on. I think we might have just sequence broken the boss puzzle. Because if ones have to go in one of these 4 cells, right? Because ones C all of these by Sudoku, right? And then this sees this by Knight's move. No, we didn't sequence break it. Fuck. Because one could still theoretically go here. I was really hoping one couldn't go here, but I looked at the puzzle wrong. That would have been so cool, though. Because if one couldn't go here, right, then it would mean that ones have to go in here. Like 2 ones would have to go in here. Which would knock them out of here and force a 1 into here. Unfortunately, we don't know. I could just do the boss puzzle. I'm just dreading it. I'm dreading it. I need encouragement and motivation. And I'm so scared right now. I remember the factory boss puzzle, and I remember that it was a huge pain in the ass. Eris, have you done this one before? Okay. Heard. It's a really good puzzle. So I know that 5 and 6 have to go in here. Right, because they cannot ever go in here. So the real question is just, what fucking triple am I making out of this? And 6 can obviously never go here, right?
Quack.
Thank you for the quack lore. I love how I'm like, I need encouragement, and nobody says nothing. I'm dying out here. I'm dying out here. Well, hold on. Hold on. Where can 3 go in here? Right? It can never go here. It can't go here or here. It has to go here. This can't be a 3. It has to be a 2. And I'm even going to... yeah. Unfortunately, that doesn't really help us with this at all. I wish that it had been a 3. I really fucking wish that it had been a 3, but... Right, and this is a set triple. It has to be 1, 2, 3. And obviously this one can't be 1. Oh wait, hold on. This is the only cell that can be a 2 here. Right? That's true? Okay. 7, 8, 3, 7, 8, 9. These not being able to be 2 means these can't be 2. And this can't be a 2. Right, which it already couldn't. Does anyone else see anything? Anything of interest? Hold on. 5s are restricted into here and therefore can't go in here. Therefore, 5s are restricted into here as well, and here, and can only go in here. So I know that 1 and 5 go in here. Right. Which is 2 of 3. Unfortunately, there's also a 3, 4, 8 still in effect, right? This one can never be a 1. Is there any reason it couldn't be any of the other digits, though? There is not. Well, it's good to know I'm catching up to you, Aaron. I just feel like there's still more I can do without doing the boss puzzle. 2, 7, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. What is missing? A 9. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Nines feel very influential in this puzzle. Then this row, of course, is missing damn near everything. Alright, okay. I'll just do it. Just don't want to. Alright, disassembly line. You continue deeper into the castle's abandoned manufacturing plant, turning on the lights as you go. You feel the unseen eyes of the machinery on you. Suddenly, you flip another switch, only for the factory floor to spring to life all around you. You'd better find a way to shut this off before you are used as raw material. The rules, just the same as like what's already been present. Like this puzzle doesn't introduce any new rules, but you know, that doesn't make it easy. Well, right off the bat, we know that both of these have to be 5s because 5s can never show up on a German whisper line. Right? Which forces a 5 into here for the same reason. Which, because of Anti-Knight, right, pushes 2 of the remaining 5s into here. And pushes a 5 here. And pushes a 5 here. That's the 5s set, at least. Oh, God. Okay, we know that 1s can only ever show up in these cells. That's not all that helpful, actually. Not at the moment, anyway. Huh. Aaron, do you have anything for this? Okay, hold on. Actually, I'm trying to establish some high-low marking. Right? Red being high, yellow being low. Not necessarily. Interchangeable. If red is high, yellow is low. If red is low, yellow is high. Because I know that these interact. Right? In that, if this is 1... Right? This would have to be, say, I don't know. Let's say this was also low. Right? Then this would have to be a 7 or higher. This would have to be an 8 or a 9. And then this would have to be... say a 6 or a 9. Or a 7. I remember there was some point to codifying it like this. Something with regards to how they look at each other. Well, hold on. Let's say this were to be 6, right? Then both of these would have to be 1. Right? So 6 can never show up anywhere except for on the ends. And I believe the same is true of 4, right? Because if 4 were to show up here, both of these would have to be 9. Yeah, so that makes this a 4-6 pair. And the same should go for this. And now, hold on, we know that because this has to be a 4 or a 6, this has to be a 1 or a 9. And the same goes for this. Which makes this a 2, 3, 7, 8. Right. In such a way that if this is... Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how these interact with each other. Right? Because they're 2 quadruplets that look at each other with 3 cells. Right? Where if this is 2, this has to be 3, this has to be 7, this has to be 8. Right? And then if this was 8, this would have to be 2, this would have to be 7, this would have to be 3. But if this was 3, this would have to be 8, this would have to be 2, this would have to be 7. Is there any issue with that? Have we established any parity yet? No, we have not. Which is fine, I guess. Well, I know again that 4 and 6 can never go in here, right? Because again, 4 going here would force both of these to be 9. And 6 going in here would force both of them to be 1, right? That doesn't necessarily force these to be 4 and 6. Well, how did you get the outer 5s, Kit? If you would not mind sharing with the class. Well, hold on. Let me take a crack at it, actually. Yeah, I'm very silly. I missed these 2 5s. There's a 5 here, which rules out this 5, which forces a 5 here. And forces a 5 here. And forces a 5 here. Yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you, Kit. Thank you for pointing me in that direction. Yup, hashtag winner. It's so close to being... I don't know, more solvable? Something tells me in my heart that this is a 4-6. And that something is memory, but I can't prove it. You know? So I'm not putting it there. I'm not putting it down until I can prove it, because my memory is not great. Okay, we know this is a 1, 2, a 3, or a 4. We know this is a 6, 7, 8, or a 9. Right. I mean, that does form an interesting sort of trapezoid. Or is it a rhombus? It's a trapezoid. Cool. Hmm. The issue is I really need to pee also. Again, as always. But I know if I do that, I'm gonna want to have a smoke break too, so we're not doing that yet. Now the question is, can we establish parity here yet? Right? Because I don't think we can yet. Okay. This is either a 4-9 or a 1-6. And this is either a 4-9 or a 1-6. Does that tell us literally anything? Like, not yet, no. And I know I'm neglecting the German whispers in the center. There. Well, hold on. Neither of these will ever be a 1 or a 9. Obviously, none of these can ever be a 5, but just hold up. These can only go up to 7. These have to be 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, or 3. Obviously, never 5. Hmm. I feel like there's something interesting with 1s and 9s happening in here, right? Because 1s are stuck to these squares, 9s are stuck to these squares. If there was a way to disprove that this can be a 9, or a way to disprove that this can be a 1, it would be immensely helpful. You know? But we just can't prove that yet. I don't know why I'm still looking at this, trying to place 5s. Actually, I realized also that my tuber is covering a little bit of it. So why don't we just scooch it? Just a little bit. A little bit scooched. I mean, we know that 1, 9, 4, and 6 have to go in here. Along with a 2, 3, 7, or an 8. Right? Like, we know that a 1, 9, 4, and 6 have to go in these squares, though. However, we don't know what the last candidate is. I just wish we could, like, make a 1, 4, 6, 9 quadruple across the center. You know? Hi, Cause. Hi. Hello, my brain hurts. My brain hurts so bad. Hi, though. I also really need to pee. I'm so tough, though. I'm being so tough. Okay, okay. I'll be right back. I will pee right back. Hi, I'm back. Oz, thank you for doing Cocomelon stuff to my chat. That's my guess, by the way. It was Smemo, of course. That was. Oh, they're asleep in their cat bed again. I can't believe, I can't believe I didn't get that. I mean, I can believe my chat wouldn't get that, but me, little old me. Okay, hold on. Okay, okay. Hello, Lady Bird. Hi. Oh, my brain hurt. There's something I'm not getting. There's some trick to this that will become immediately obvious, and when it does, I will reach a state of bliss unlike anything I have ever known. If I can do it without help. Or at least without excessive help, you know? I'd be down for a hint if someone wants to pull up the Frank Does Puzzles video. I don't want to do that myself. The harvest is so bountiful. I adore you. My brain hurt. Making villager noises helps. No, no, it's only my brain that needs to hurt. Your brain doesn't need to hurt. There's some sort of interplay happening between the German whisper lines and the thermometers that'll... Oh! Sorry. My brain's broken. Yay! Yay, emeralds. What is the anti-night move even doing right now? You know? This is true. The anti-night move never did nothing for me. Never did nothing for me. Okay. Well, hold on. Do I have anything here? If this was a 4, right? This would have to be a 3 or a 2. This would have to be a 2 or a 1. Right? Let's just say it worked like this. Right? I'm trying to establish that one of these is a low thermometer and one of them is a high thermometer. Right? Like if one of them is a low thermometer. No, but that's not even necessarily true. Like this could be like that. You know? Chat, at what point do I bite the bullet and take a hint from the video myself? Okay, okay. I'm gonna pull up the video. Rank puzzles about SUDOKUVANIA. Which video was it that he got to this puzzle? Because he solves these fast. He's a lot better at this than I am. Oh god, hold on. First, I'm going to mute my tab. Hashtag my tab. Let's see. In video 2, what was he doing? Okay. Let's see. He somehow... Hold on. He somehow got more pairs than I did. On a German whisper line, this has to be a 4 or a 6. That means the ones next to them have to be 1 and 9. We have 2, 3, 7, 8 in between. And this cannot be a 3 or 7 because if it's in... Okay, hold on. Okay. So if either of these were a 3 or a 7, right? If this was a 3... if this was a 3, both of these would have to be 8. Okay, and if this was a 7, both of these would have to be 2. Okay. Which means that these can't be a 2 or an 8. And that this can't be a 2 or an 8. And that this can't be a 2 or an 8. And neither of these can be a 2 or an 8. Okay, okay. That's interesting, but does it give us anything else of interest? It tells us that none of these can be a 2 or an 8, obviously. But it also tells us, hey, if 8 goes here, it can't go here. If 8 goes here, it can't go here. So no matter what, there can't be an 8 here, right? And nothing for this one, really. Well, hold on, it tells us the same thing here with 2. Right. Okay. What next? I'm still hard stuck. Well, I know that this can never be a 3 or a 7 because of this, right? Like, no matter what, this cell is seen by one of these two cells. So I'm going to, for now... Can't be a 2 or an 8. Right. And this cell can never be a 3 nor a 7. Neither can this cell ever be a 3 nor a 7. And I think we end up with that quadruple here if the logic plays out the same, right? So let's just give it a go. Can't be 2, 3, 4, can't be 5, 6, can't be 7, can't be 8, 9, right? And then, no matter what, both of these cells are seen by the 3, making this a 1, 4, 6, 9 quadruple, making this a 3, 7 pair, wiping 3 and 7 out of all of these cells. Hold on. Okay, see, we're getting somewhere. Hello, Mimic from Dark Souls 3. I don't have a lurk command, but I'll set one up eventually, I promise. What does a lurk command even do? Does anyone even know? I don't know if anybody even knows. Okay, let's look at the interplay between these two lines and see if there's parity yet, right? If this is 4, this has to be 9, this has to be 3, this has to be 8, this has to be 2, 7, 1, 6, right? Is there any reason why this couldn't be the exact same? Right? Or is there any reason why it would have to be different? This would be 9, this would be 3, this would be 8. Hold on, what? Oh, shit! Okay, so they do have to be the same, because if this one starts out with 6, right, all of these digits line up like this. which would mean that this one would also have to start out like as a 6, because if it went from 4, this would have to be 9, this would have to be 3, this would have to be 8, this cell becomes impossible. So they are the same. So that's the parity established. So now there's something with 2s and 8s going on in here. I'm just not sure what yet. Right? So it'll either always be these two as 2s or 8s, and either always be these two as 2s or 8s. I can't really tell what that does for us. I mean, I know that this can no longer... Well, it couldn't anyway, actually. Okay. Okay. This has to, on the high end, be a 7, 8, or a 9, and on the low end, be a 1 or a 2. It can never be a 3, though. Neither of these can ever be a 3. Can they? No, they can. I'm being very silly. I'm being very silly. 3 and 8. Huh. Can't be a 3 or 7 because of the middle pair? I mean, why? Why would that be the case? Like, if this was a 3. Oh shit, the Knight's Rule, yeah. I talked too much shit about the Knight's Rule. Man, Knight's Rule. Hee. Thanks. 1, 2, 8, 9. Unfortunately, that doesn't really do anything to, you know, nail these down at all. Or maybe it does. Let's give it a try. Can this ever be a 2? This would have to be an 8, right? This would have to be a 4 or a 6. I suppose it could. Just, I feel like I'm onto something here. Okay? if this was a 4. Can this ever be a 4? This would have to be a 9. This would have to be a 2. This would have to be a 1. This could no longer be a 4 or a 6. This could no longer be a 2 or a 4. This could no longer be a 4. This could no longer be a 1. This could no longer be any of these. This would... Oh! That would force this to be incorrect. How did I not catch that sooner? I don't know. If this is a 4, that would force this to be a 2. And that would force this to be a 1, making this cell impossible. This cannot be a 4. I believe the same logic holds up for this. This would have to be a 9. This would have to be a 2. This would have to be a 1. No, this one does in fact work out. So far. I'm gonna investigate this further. Because there's something fishy going on. Nope, that forces both of these to be 8s. Okay, yeah, this can never be a 4 either. And would I be insane if I said I got the vibe that it can't be a 6 for the same reason, quote unquote? Yeah, it can't. And let's just double check that that's true here as well. This would have to be a 1. This would have to be an 8. This would have to be a 2, 9, 4, 3, 8. This cell becomes impossible. So this can never be a 6 either. Oh god. It's slow progress, but it's progress. Now, I believe that the issue at the end of the day may have been this being resolved as a 1 or a 9. Like, I think that's why neither of these outside cells can be a 4 or a 6, but I would like to check that real quick. If this is a 1, both of these have to be 9s. Both of these have to be 1s. Hi, Mimic from Dark Souls 3. I'm still hurting my brain. This would no longer be able to be a 2 or a 4. This would have to be a 4. Is there a reason why this can't be a 1? Is there a reason why this can't be a 1? This would have to be a 6, 7, 2, 8, 3, 2, 8, 3, 7. Hi, Reverb. I'm just bifurcating right now. I'm trying to prove a theory, really. That this, because I tested the outer cells, right, to see if they could be a 4 or a 6, and neither of them could, right? And my theory is that it's because they would force these to be a 1 or a 9, and that that's illegal. But I haven't proven it yet. So that's why I'm bifurcating. Oh, yeah. That makes this impossible, eventually. Eventually, but it does make that impossible. It takes some fucking time. Like, it took all of that to prove that this can't be a 1. But hey, we know this can't be a 1 now. Now, let's prove the same for this. If this is 1, this would be 9, 4, 7, 2, 8, 3, 1, 6, 6, 1, 3, 8, 2, 7. And then this can't be a 1. Huh. Okay, so this being a 1, right, forces this to be a 1. Hold on, hold on. Hi, Elise. This is not just for number perverts. This is for number freaks. Because Reverb, do you want to see the actual puzzle? This is just a boss puzzle. This is the puzzle. This is the puzzle. We're just trying to solve this cell, this one cell, which is given to us when we finish this puzzle. Anyway, if this was 1, this becomes 9. Both of these become 9. Right? This becomes 3, 8, 2, 7, 1, 6, 1, 6, 7, 2, 8, 3, 4. 3, 7, 2, impossible. This can never be a 1. Okay. Now, fingers fucking crossed, right, that the same logic holds up for 9s. If this is a 9, this is a 1. This is a 6. This is a 7. This is an 8. This is a 9. 4, 3, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 8, 7, 6. 8. This is impossible. So ultimately, the issue happening here, right, is that at a certain point, the parity between these two conveyor belts, right, forces all possibilities out of the end of these thermometers. But we know that this can never be a 9. And I would like to just check my work again that this can never be a 9. It should force 1, 2, 3, 4 out of the possibilities of one of these two. Please force force something to happen. This is forced to be a 4 because of German whisper rules. This is forced to be a 6. This is forced to be a 9. This is forced to be an 8. This is forced to be a 9. Please, God. 1. And then this cell becomes impossible. Okay, this can never be a 9. Long road there, a lot of bifurcation, not proud of it, but we now know that none of these can be a 2 or an 8. And that this is a 4-6 pair, forcing 4 and 6 out of here. This can never be a 6. This can never be a 6. Do we have any other freaks happening? If this has to be a 2 or an 8, 2 plus 5 is 7. 8 minus 5 is 3. All of these possibilities are still solid. Hold on. This 4-6 pair removes 4 and 6 out of possibilities from all of these. Top left in the middle. This? Why would this have to be 9? Sorry, I know I have a lot of stuff that's... Oh, this? Yeah. Yeah. Luckily, I was just getting to that. Eight, 2, 7, 1, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 8, 7, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4. This has to be a 6. This is a 4-9 pair. Wait, hold on. No, we did something wrong somewhere. Does this have to be a 6? No, this does not have to be a 6. Oh, right! These were not... These outer cells were not fully marked yet. There has to be a 7 in them somewhere. That could have been a fatal error. That could have been a really bad mistake. Alright, where does 7 go in here? It can only go here. Let's just... Okay, cool. Oh. No, Reverb, you didn't make a mistake at all. You actually helped me out a fucking lot. I messed up because earlier in the puzzle, I was solving these as if they were a quadruple. Right? Because there was still ambiguity here that I hadn't resolved. And I realized that these were a quadruple, but I had never marked the 7. It was my bad. I genuinely appreciated I appreciate pointing me towards stuff quite a lot. Okay, this becomes a 1-2 pair, so this can't be a 1. This doesn't become shit. There's something happening. 469 triple, this has to be a 3. 146 triple already gave us something. This 7, that 146 triple also would have given us this 7. Okay. Now take into account the other rules at play for a second. This can't be a 3. Oh, that's weird. I don't like this. I don't like this parity here. It feels gross. It feels lopsided. Okay. Yeah, that's actually genuinely nothing. Row 9, column 1. This one? Wait, row 9, column 1. This one. What about it? Well, 489, first of all. This is the only place that 3 can go. Yeah, you're right. Oh, and that's 3 in the corner. That's 3 in the spotlight. That's why 3 and a corner became a Sudoku meme. I don't know if y'all are familiar with Sudoku memes, but that's a Sudoku meme. 1, 2, 6 solves by the same logic. This has to be an 8. This has to be a 3. This has to be a 7. This has to be a 7. This has to be a 2. This has to be a 6. Nope. Hold on. Something is wrong. This has to be a 7. Meaning this has to be a 2. Could this still be a 1 for some reason? We rigorously proved that neither of these could be 1s. I feel a little violated by that. Why can this be 1? I guess the question is, why can't it be 2? If this is a 2, right? Forces 1 and 6 out of here. I mean, it forces this to be a 1-6 pair, forcing none of these to be a 1 or a 6. Forcing this to be an 8-4-7. This a 2, this is 7, this a 1, 9, 3, 8, 4, 6, and then this into a 4. Okay. I guess this can't be a 2. That feels so wrong to me, though. Okay, we're still missing another candidate somewhere else. We fucked up somewhere. Hey, we fucked up somewhere. What do you mean this is... Okay. There's another candidate here. Okay, we're going to go through and redo all possible remaining candidates because I can't be asked to figure out what the fuck went wrong here. Two, 4, 8, 9. Well, this has to be a 4. 2, 3, 9. 2, 8, 9. 1, 2, 4, 7. 2, 4, 7, 8, 9. 2, 4, 9. 8, 9. 4, 8, 9. 2, 4, 8, 9. Obviously, this can't be a 2 or a 4. This can't be a 9. 4 or a 9, this has to be a 4. This has to be an 8 or a 9. This has to be a 2. This has to be a 7. This has to be a 2 or a 4, 4, 6, or a 9. This has to be a 3. I'm sorry that this solve is so sloppy. That forces this to be that. Blah, 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 blah. The frustrating thing is the puzzle resolves itself at this point. Seeing things and saying them is okay, yes. Because even if you say it, I would like, theoretically, to rigorously check it as well. This becomes 7. 1, 6, 9, 4. Well, Kit, I'm not... I'm good. I'm good, actually. We unlocked double jump, ratio crop key. But also, an 8. And aside from the 8, right, that also forces a 1 into here. And a 1 into here, and a 1 into here. But we unlocked double jump as well, which I will explain in 1 second. So, ratio crop key. Black double jump dots separate cells where one digit is double the other, right? So, if this is a 1, this has to be a 2. If this is a 2, this has to be a 1 or a 4, right? If this is a 4, this has to be a 2 or an 8. If this is an 8, this has to be a 4. If this is a 3, this has to be a 6. If this is a 6, this has to be a 3. Basically meaning that along every black crop key dot, the only possibilities are 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 8. Unless, of course, you have a U. Because, hey, what happens if you multiply this times 2? That's right, it's W. I fucking love SUDOKUVANIA so goddamn much. This shit's dumb as hell. This can't be a 5. It can't be a 7. Can't be a 9. 2, 4, 6 means it can be a 1. Can't be a 1. It can be a 4. It can be a 2. Still, yeah. Can it be a 3? Yeah. Ah! It could be a 3. And can it be an 8? It can be an 8. Okay. And this also has a ratio crop key. So 2, 3, 4, 6, or an 8. Can't be a 6 or an 8. This is a 2 or 3 or a 4. Two, 3, 4, 7. Can't be a 2. Sorry, going column. Right. Okay. Now let's see. Does it catch that this can't be a 2? No, it does not catch that that can't be a 2. It doesn't catch the knight's move, which is a problem. Like, the auto check doesn't catch knight's moves. Which always bites me on the ass, but what can you do, you know? Just gotta be observant. This can't be a 2. It has to be a 4 or a 6. Right? And if it has to be a 4 or a 6, this has to be a 3 or an 8. It can never be a 4. Okay. Now what? Now what the fuck? Ah! We can always go hog crazy again. Hold on. Hold on. 5 has to go in one of these two, meaning it can never go in here. Yeah. Yeah. I don't really remember why 5 can never go in here. Even though I know it in my heart. Oh, it's because 5 can only go in one of these two. Alright. That gives us enough digits to at least fuck around with this. 1, 3, 4, 7, or 9. This can never be a 2. This can never be an 8. And this could never be a 2 or a 3 because of that anyway. None of these could ever be a 6. This could never be an 8. And Knight's move rules out a 9 from here. Right. Just trying to make sure I'm not missing anything. Hold on, there's an interesting jump happening here. If this is 4, this has to be 5. Right? Well, hold on. But if this is 6, no, there's not anything happening there. Oh man, I'm so glad, Reverb. I just usually thinking Thursdays are my least popular streams, but like I do them for me. You know? I do this shit because I like it. Oh my god, did I fucking... Hold on. No, the link works fine for me. Okay, well... Oh no. Reverb, I'm really glad that your brain is being held hostage the same way I am. Sorry, the first time that I did SUDOKUVANIA, I couldn't sleep at night. Like, when I solved SUDOKUVANIA, when I finally finished the puzzle, right? I had just streamed for 8 hours, right? And then spent another 8 hours working on SUDOKUVANIA, right? While watching other streamers. And then I eventually decided to call it quits, laid down for the night, and then, like, dragged my ass out of bed back into my chair and worked on it until it was done. At which point it was 10 a.m. This thing is a fucking curse. This thing is a fucking curse. 8s have to go on one of these two squares, but which one? Do we have any other information to work with? Yes, we do. 8s are confined into here, meaning this has to be an 8. Meaning this can never be an 8. Meaning this has to be an 8. Meaning this can never be an 8. And this has to be an 8. Meaning this has to be an 8, and this has to be a 4. This has to be a 5. This has to be a 6. Because of just clean up on pencil markings. This can never be a 5 because of Knight's move. It has to be a 3. That gives us these. It solves this into a 1-5 pair at least. Right? Good luck, Reverb. I will see you soon. In your Sudoku nightmares. This is a 7-9 pair, so this has to be a 4. This can no longer be a 7. This has to be a 5 or a 6. It can't be a 5. It has to be a 6. This has to be a 5. This has to be a 4. This has to be a 5. This becomes a 2-6 pair. Getting rid of 2 from anywhere in here, really. This is a 2-7 pair, meaning this can no longer be a 7. This is a 3-4 pair. Which will eventually get us into grid 8, theoretically. Right? Which means that we're never going to fully finish this until we're in grid 8. There's no way it lets us. As annoying as it might be, that's just the way the Sudoku crumbles. This can't be a 9. This can't be a 6. This is a 7-9 pair. This has to be a 6. This can't be a 5. It has to be a 7. Hey, no, that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get rid of 7. I just misclicked my finger button. This has to be a 9. This has to be a 5, this has to be a 9. This then has to be a 7, this has to be an 8. None of these can be 7 anymore. This has to be 9. None of these can be 9 anymore. This has to be a 7. This has to be a 2 or a 9. It can't be a 9, it has to be a 2. This has to be a 9. This has to be a 3, this has to be a 2, this has to be a 1, this has to be an 8. 5, 1, 3, 9. Two, 7. 6, 2. 3, 2. 4, 3. I was wrong about this. It's because this has to be a 2 or an 8. Okay. Four, 5, 7. Can't be a 4, this can't be a 7, this can't be a 5. This also can't be a 7 because of Knight's move, it has to be a 4, 5, 7. Four is the only possible candidate here, 9 here, 6 here, 5 here, 7 here, 3 here. Oh god. 7 here, 6 here. We finally finished a grade. Like a whole grade. Done. Fully complete. That is the first grade we have... I mean, that's the boss puzzle for it. But this is the check mark for the grid itself. We never even found the boss puzzle in here, though. That's frustrating. So, question. I'm gonna pee, right? Have another cigarette, because these streams hurt my brain. Right? And I only smoke a half a cigarette at a time, first of all. Anyway. While I'm gone, I want y'all to decide. Do we want to move into the library? Right? Or I guess, try to move into the library. Or do we go back to the past, and try to tackle the battlements? Because I'm pretty sure the battlements are intended to be next, but we might be able to make some progress in the library. Discuss. I will return. There's also the option of checking back over the previous grades. I would set a poll for it, but... So 1, check out library. 2, go back to previous grids. Or 3, head to battlements. Those are your options. I'm not setting a poll because I'm feeling lazy about it. I'll be right back. Hello, I have returned. It looks like we're heading to the battlements. Alright, we know that this has to be a 1. This has to be a 2, this has to be a 1. None of these can be a 1. This has to be a 5. This being a 4-6 gels with that. It does gel. It does in fact gel. What next? This is a 1, 2, 3. This is a 4, 6. This is a 1, 2, 3, 5. It's just that we can't get into the battlements until I can solve this. And this 6x6 is weirdly difficult. This has to be a 5. Now the question is, does anyone see anything? Well, thank you, Kit. 2s. 2s do anything interesting. No, do 1s. Not really. Would like to check, yeah. Like, we could always bifurcate again. I just don't like doing it. Alright, let's say this is a 2. This would be a 1, this would be a 3, 2, 1. That bifurcation doesn't solve it. So this is still ambiguous. What about this bifurcation? This would be a 3, this would be a 6, this would be a 4. Hold up. If this is a 2, right? It forces a 3 and 6 into here. All 3 of these cells see this. So 2, 4, and 6 can never go here. Sorry, 2, 3, and 6 can never go here. This is either going to be a 2, 3, 6 or a 4, 3, 6. But either, oh, that's what it's telling me. This pair here always rules out 2 and 4 from here. So this has to be a 3, 6. This has to be a 2. Neat! I like leaving these pencil marks in, right? Because then I can just do quick Sudoku check, like basic Sudoku rules checks on the possible candidates. Ones are in lock. 2s are in lock. 3s also locked up. What about 4s? Do we have anything with 4s? No, we do not. About 5. No. 6s, also locked up. 7s. 8s, all see each other, and 9s also. So at least by standard Sudoku rules, we don't have anything here. Right? But I know we can make more progress here, is the issue. Like, I know we're trying to go to the battlements. I know. But I really feel quite wrong leaving these, like, unresolved. Like, hold on. I just would like to see what cell being solved. Okay. Well, that's none of those. It's not a matter of a missing hint. At the very least. In what way do these cells interact? That's the next question. And do they interact in any meaningful way? Right? We know that these 3 cells are going to be the same. Right? That's the first bit. These 3 cells all contain the same digits. But I don't really see them interacting with anything else directly. I mean, I guess we could just fucking bifurcate again. Like, I can't believe I'm doing this shit again, but... the things this puzzle makes me do. Okay, well... so why couldn't this be a 3? Right? If this is 3... these would both have to be 8 or 9. Right? Would knock 9 out of any of the 8 and 9 out of any of these. Force this to be a 2. What else would this do to us, though? Is there anything? Well, none of these could be 3 anymore. This would have... This couldn't be 3 anymore. Hmm. Oh. We'll come back to it. We'll come back to it. It could be that it requires this solved. You know? Because when this gets solved, we'll have this digit. No, I do feel, though, like we're missing something in here still. 1, 3, 4. 3, 4, 5, and 7. This 1, 3 pair doesn't give us anything in the row. But it does pair up with this and solve all of this. One, 3, 5, 6, 7, 2, 9, 8. Okay, let's go through it bit by bit. 2s. If 2s were to be a part of anything, right? It would require a 6, which would then require a 5, 7, and an 8, and a 9. This whole thing is effectively a sextuplet. With 3s are already taken into account. 4s, 5s, and 6s end up being the same issue. There's some bit of logic here that I'm not seeing. 1, 3, 4. That's looped into 6s and 7s too, and it just keeps going. Cassidy, do you see something? Or is it just music? Is it just the music that you're enjoying? Yeah, that's okay. Okay, well, we could bifurcate this pretty reasonably, right? I'm gonna start by just placing a circle so I don't get lost. If this is 4, this has to be a 5. This has to be a 6. This has to be a 2. This has to be a 9. 8. 2. 7, 8, 3, 1, 3, 1, 6, 5, 4, 7, 4, 3. So that is a possibility. There's no issues with this being a 4. Right. So next, let's check if there's any conflicts if it's a 3. If it's a 3, both of these are 1s. This is a 3. This is no longer a 3. I did go and take my break, yes. This becomes a 4, this becomes a 3. Then all of these just kind of become pairs is the issue. It's ambiguous. It's left ambiguous. So this could still be a 3. If this was a 1, I think the same issue ends up happening. Yeah, this square is necessarily ambiguous. Right. The only other real candidate for bifurcation we have is this one. So if this was a 3, this would be a 1, this would be a 4. This would be a 1, this would be a 3. 5, 7, 8, 7. 6, 2, 6, 5, 4, 9, 8, 9, 2. So this can be a 3. Can it be a 4? Of course, this to be a 5, this to be a 4, this to be a 7. 8, 7. 9, 8. 2, 9. 6, 2, 6, 5. 4, 3, and then it's still ambiguous, yeah. Yeah, I think literally all that we've proven here is that, well, maybe. Hold on. If this is a 7, right? This becomes a 5. This becomes a 6. This becomes an 8. This becomes a 7. 2, 9, 8. 2, 9. 4, 6. Oh, hell yes. I love that. 4. Okay, yeah. This is all necessary ambiguity. All of it. Meaning there is, in fact, no way to solve this without an extra hint in play. Which is very frustrating. Because I don't like leaving it unsolved. But, oh well. Okay. So this, by necessity, has to be a 2 or an 8. Right? Because a reminder for Kropke, it has to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, or an 8. 1, 2, 3, 6, and 4 are already taken. This has to be a 2 or an 8. So this would have to be a 1 or a 4, but it can't be a 1, so this has to be a 4. Okay. Now let's look at this. This set here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 8. These can't be 4 or 6 ever. Right? Which means that this has to be a 1, 2, 4. It can't be a 4 ever. Right? Because it sees this 4. Hi Reverb, welcome back. And if this can't be 4, this can never be an 8. Right. This can't be a 3, but it could be a 6, theoretically. But if this was 6, it would force this to be 6. So this can never be a 6 either. Meaning neither of these can be 3s either. Right? Meaning that this is 1, 2, 1, but the next question is like, well, what order do they go in? Right? This can never be a 1 anyway. So it has to go like that. This has to be a 7, 8, or a 9, right? This has to be a 3, 4, 6, 8. Which means that this has to be a 3, 4, 6... 3, 4, 6, or an 8. Actually, all 4 of these have to be 3, 4, 6, 8. Which also removes an 8 from here, right? Making this a 5, 7, 9 triple, but 5 can never go on a German Whisper line, which means it has to go here. Okay. This can no longer be a 6 or an 8 because of the German Whisper line being resolved to a 7 or a 9. Right? Which means that this has to be a 6 or an 8. Which means that this can't be a 6 or an 8, obviously, because of the German Whisper line. And it can't be a 4 either. Right? Because 4 is less than 5 away from both 8 and 6, so this has to be a 3. And this has to be an 8. And this has to be a 6. Good God. That's the first good God of the stream. LMAO. Yay! This has to be an 8 as well. I managed to go 2 hours and 40 minutes without saying good God. That's a new record. Now, see, the thing is, I already know what this hint means, but I can't use it yet because of the rules. The stupid rules. Right, this has to be a 9 also. This has to be a 7. And we unlocked Skypeepers, also known in normal Sudoku as skyscrapers. Skypeepers are the one rule that I sort of wrapped my head around but always struggled with, right? The thing is, you have to imagine them as like... You have to imagine each, like, Sudoku number as a skyscraper defined by its number, with its height defined by its number, right? So let's take this 127, 638, 495, right? 127, 638, 495. Right? And I will real quick turn on my display capture so that y'all can see what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay? So, from here, right? From this position, right? We can basically say that looking this way, right? It's 1, 2. Well, hold on. Is it gonna get messy if I do it like that? Ah. 1, 2. 7. 6. 3. 8. You should. 4. 9. 5, right? So it's basically as if from this eye's perspective, right? You see how it has the number 5? Right? From this eye's perspective, how many edges would we see? Right? We would see this edge, this edge, this edge, right? We wouldn't see this area here, but we would see this edge, and we would see this edge. Making them my least favorite, like my most beloved Sudoku clue of all time. Because what they imply, the restriction that they imply, is so fucking... It's such a pain in the ass to work with. Yeah. Like, basically, with this 6 here implies that at least 6 numbers are going to be, quote, visible, unquote. Right? Which means that as far as 9 goes, can 9 ever go here? No. That would immediately break this, right? Can 9 ever go here? No, that's only 3. Can 9 ever go here? No, that's only 4. Can 9 ever go here? No, that's only 5. 9 could go here, though. Then 8 could go here. Then 7 could go here. Then 6 could go here. Because if 6 were to go here, right? Well, it couldn't in the first place, but if it were to be able to go here, right? Then 7, then even with 9, 8, 7 here, we're gonna ignore that that happened. Even with 9, 8, 7 here, right? We would only be able to see 4. Now we know that 1 and 2 are never going to go here. We don't necessarily know that 3 will never go here, but we know that 5 will never go here. Right? Because if this was a 5, again, 6, 7, 8, and 9 would still have to come through, and that would only be 5 skyscrapers seen. Right? So 5 will never go here. 6, 7, 8, and 9 never can. 1 and 2 can. So this has to be a 3. Oh, God. And now that 2 are seen, right, I think we can shift this whole thing back again, right? Because if 9 were to go here, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. No, that could work. That could work. We just know that 6, 7, 8, 9 are restricted here in such a way that 9 can't go here, 8 can't go here, 7 can't go here, 9 and 8 can't go here, 9 can't go here. We know that 5 will never go on a German whisper line. We know that a 5 will never go here. Six is ruled out of here by Sudoku. Okay. And now we have to see 7 towers here. Right. Meaning 9 is restricted into here, I think? Yeah. 8 is restricted into here. 7 is restricted into here. 6 into here. 5 into here. 4 into here. 3 into here, which I know 3 is already here. Oh, God. Now, let's say this were to be a 4. Right? Could this still see 7 towers? 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then, if 1 or 2 were to go here, that would still only be 6. So this can never be a 4. Meaning that none of these can ever be a 1 or a 2. Okay. Now let's see. Can this ever be a 6? Right? Because that only leaves 7, 8, and 9. That's 3 towers. Yes, this could be a 6. Could this ever be a 6? No, it could not. Because of the German whisper line. If this was a 6, this would be impossible. It cannot be a 6. If this were a 6, this would be impossible. This cannot be a 6. If this were a 7, it would be impossible. It can't be a 7. If it were an 8, no. Could be a 9. It could be a 4 or a 9. Could it be a 4, actually? No. So this has to be a 9. No, it does not have to be a 9. Lily, what the fuck are you talking about? Well, this can never be a 4 at the very least because of Sudoku. So this can never be a 7 or a 9. This can never be a 6, 7, 8, or a 9. Could this be a 9, though? Hold on. No, this can't be a 9 because of the towers. So that means this has to be a 4, but it can't be. Unless a 4 can go up here for some reason? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, a 4 cannot go up here. Nothing below 3 can go up here. Well, hold on. If 4 went here, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, that's 6, then 1 digit would have to go here. This could be a 4. This could still be a 4. Which means that this could still be a 1 or a 2. Okay. Let's restart this logic entirely. No. I think I've got it. I think. This becomes a 1, 2, 4. This becomes a 6? No, fuck. Okay, I do need to restart this logic. And that sucks, but I can't conceptualize it. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It needs to descend 1 time at least. So 9 is locked into here. 8 is locked into here. 7 is locked into here. 6 is locked into here. Right? Because it could go 6, 7, 8, 9, and that would be fine. But then on top of that, 1 and 2 are also in here somewhere. Okay. There's also a 5 in here as well, which I think 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, there is a 5 in here somewhere. But it's never going to be here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Okay. Do you see why I hate towers? I know they're a good puzzle, right? When it's just towers, but towers in Sudoku? They hurt. They hurt. This can never be 6. This can never be 8. If this was 5, right? If this was 5, what's the biggest mileage we could get out of this? No, we could still make it. If this was 6, though, yeah, it all still works, basically. Now, what about this way? So it says that on the 6th digit, that's what it's telling. It's not even necessarily that, like, the towers are a bad puzzle anyways, or that they're particularly hard in general. I've just never been able to fully grasp their implications. You know? Five can never exist on a German whisper line. Do we have anything from this? Also, Mimic from Dark Souls 3, I'm glad. I'm glad this is a good stream to fall asleep to, even though it is so much suffering. There's so much suffering in the world. And so much of it is in my brain right now. Not most of it. Not even a small majority of it. Just an amount. Just an amount. You know? Normal amount. If this was 6, both of these would have to be 1. This can't be 6. If it was 7, they would have to be a 1 and a 2. Well, if it was 7 or 8, they would have to be a 1 and a 2. Which is interesting, but not particularly useful. Let's play a little game. Can this ever be an 8? 7, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6. If this is an 8, a 9 has to go in here. 7 would have to go here. 6 would have to go here. Right? And then 4 would have to go down here. This would have to be a 1-2 pair. specifically a 1, 2. And then this would be impossible. So therefore, this can never be an 8. Because again, if this is an 8, it forces just to even complete this, right? Just to complete this. This has to be a 7. This has to be a 6. This has to be a 2. This has to be a 1. Right? And then this doesn't work. Now, is there a similar issue with this being a 7? I really fucking hope so. Okay. For this to even work, right, we still need 7 ascending digits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This would theoretically work, but it would require... Okay. If a 4 ever goes in one of these two, is it still possible? Because if this is 1 and 2, this cell would become impossible. Right? So let's say, for a second, that it worked out like this. Is this possible? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Yeah, this can still be a 7. Okay. Well, hold on. Because that would also force this to be a 1 or a 2. Right? This would no longer be able to be a 5 or a 7. So 1 and 2 wouldn't be possible in here at all. I don't think that causes any fundamental breaks. Hello, Zarkatube. Smimo is asleep in their cat bed as they have been doing lately. It's been adorable. Unfortunately, it means that I can't catch them on Smimo Cam, though. Do you want a link? Do you want a link to SUDOKUVANIA? I can send you a link to SUDOKUVANIA. Here. If you want to help at all, just get caught up. My brain hurts. I can never wrap my fucking head around the implications of these, though. Okay, wait, but... There's something else. There's something else going on. Right? This. 3... 4, 5... Does that actually cause any breaks? No, because that 5-6 is still possible then. Aaron, have you got anything here? Cool. Ice Mimo? Oh, they went to lay on the bathroom floor. I heard their thunk. Because they're getting... Mimo's getting heavier, but they don't understand this. Right? So they'll go to, like, excitedly hop up against a piece of metal furniture that I have in the bathroom, right? They'll go to, like, hop up against it, not on it. Just, like, excited, like, front paws on the furniture. And it'll just go sliding, like, a full foot. It's really funny. I hate the Scrypeepers so much. You know? I don't know why my brain has such a hard time wrapping around them. Well, let's ask a different question. Can 9 ever go in front of 8 on this? Yes. Oh, man. Yeah, there is a world in which... No, hold on. If 9 were to go in front of 8, right, the only way that we could reach 7 towers is if this were a 7. So 9 can never go here, right? So now, hey, the only places 8 and 9 can go are here. Now, if we can limit down the 6 as well, that would be cool, but... Well, I know that this can never be a 4 now. It would be great to prove that this can't be a 6. Right, if this was a 6, this would have to be a 1. Okay? That would give us 1, 2, 3... 4. We would still need 3 more ascensions, right? And by necessity, one of them would have to happen here. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's one possibility that doesn't work out. If this is 2 and 4. If this is 4 and 2, I'm pretty sure it's the same fucking deal. Right. Of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, and that's all if this is 6. Because if this is 6, this has to be 1. And then either this is 2 and 4, 5, 7, right? Which 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 is the best we could do there, right? Or it's the other way around, which is even worse. So we know that this will never be a 6. Which makes this into a 1, 2, 4, 7 quadruplet. And this into a 5, 6 pair. See, we're making progress. It's slow. It's slow progress, but it's progress. Now let's ask the next question. Could this ever be a 4? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, this could never be a 4. Because if this is a 4, the best we can do on towers would be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And that's only 6 towers. Right? These towers restrict it pretty substantially, honestly. I know that we're going to have to look back at the horizontal tower in a second. I'm terrified of it. It's Mimo, baby. Do you want to come over here? What if I ate one cookie? Would you be so tempted by the sound of a cookie that you come running over here? Oh, you're looking. Oh, you're getting up. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hi, baby. Hello, Smimo. Tempting them by making them cookie curious, by eating one singular cookie. But hey, we have Smimo now. We have Smimo. Baby, you never want to come here unless I tempt you. You'll cuddle I'm on so many different levels of bifurcation right now that it hurts. There's just some conflict happening here around this 7, but I can't wrap my head around what it is yet. If this was 5 and 6... Right. 1, 2, 3, 4... 5 and 6... Oh wait, this couldn't be 5. Because of this 5. LMAO. This would have to be... Would have to be a 6 for this to work. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, hold on. Nope, nope. 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. This would have to be a 9. Okay, well... But why? Why can this not be anything but a 7? Because that's the other way of looking at it, right? If we know that this ends up resolving as a 9 by necessity, if this is a 7, then why could this not be, say, a 1? If this is a 1, this would have to be a 7, this would have to be a 6. Oh, hold on. If this is a 1, this has to be a 7, this has to be a 6, this becomes impossible. This can never be a 1-6 because of this. Right? But because of this 7, if this is a 1, this has to be a 6. So this will never be a 1 because of all of that. Meaning this will never be a 6 either. Now, is there a similar reason why this can't be a 2? Because if this is a 2, both of these become 7s. This has to be a 7. Which, like, we already kinda stumbled into. Oh, good night, Mimic from Dark Souls 3. Sorry, I have a very fun time every time I say that. It's a good username. Now for all of this to gel, right? We're gonna go through this logic again now that we actually proved it. Now that we actually, like, thoroughly proved that this has to be a 7 because a 1 or a 2 doesn't work. A 2 would cause both of these to be 7s, and a 1 would cause this to be a 6, and then we would have a 1 and a 6, which would fuck this up. Oh, good night, Cassidy. I hope if you do go to sleep, you have a good rest. I'm so sorry to hear that. That sounds infuriating. Okay, so now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2. Is there any other way? Is there any other way aside from this being a 5 and a 6? Like, if this is a 6, right? Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at best. So this can never be a 6, it has to be a 5. Right? Smemo. Everybody on Earth loves you, Smemo. Everybody forever. Forever. Let me clean your eye, though. Because I love you the most, Smemo. And I will clean your eye every day. Every day, baby. Every hey, big scary. Now, if this is 9, for instance, though, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That still works. Okay. So that's all that we get from this. That's all that we get from this. At least on the column. But on the row... Right. We have these 2, 3, 4, 5, right? We still need 1 increase here. Right? One of these has to be a 5 or a 6. Right? The other one will be a 1 or a 2. Right? So for instance, if this is 5... No, because this could be 5 and this could be 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Did I prove anything with this? Can 9 ever become before 8 anymore? 2, 3, 4... Nine can no longer go here. So that means 9 has to go here. Yeah. 9 can no longer come before 8 anymore. 9 has to go here. There is no other option. Pain in the ass to prove it. And all we get is more fucking scribe peepers from it. You know. But it is proven. Mimo, my love. Is it bath time? You're shedding so much. Okay, more of these. Baby. I wish you would let me brush you. Yay, I get kisses from Smimo. Their tongue is so soft. They never lick me like abrasively, like all other cats do. Okay. We know that 9 goes here. Right. Which means that at least 6 ascending digits come... I mean, at least 5 descending digits come before. Right. Which means that this can't be 8. Which means that this has to be 8. Because if this was 8, right, then it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Six, 7, 8, 9. Could work. Could work. If this was 1, 2, 3, or 4. 8 can only ever go as early as here. Right? But knowing that it's already solved in this box means it has to go here. Right? 7 could only go as early as here, I'm pretty sure. Because if 7 went here, you know, 1, 2, 3... Hold on, wait. Can 7 ever go here anymore? If 7 was here. No, 7 could go here, yeah. Like, if 7 went here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... But 7 couldn't go here, at the very least. Because if 7 went here... 3, 4, 5... No, 7 could go here, yeah. I'm being very silly. I'm being very silly. Smemo, we're really in it now. We're really in it now, Smemo. Smemo, we're really in it, my love. My little baby. Wait, hold on. Right, because if 7 goes here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 9. Yeah, I was thinking a little backwards about it. Then 6 can go here, but it can't go sooner. 5 can go here, 4 can go here. Oh, hi, Smemo. 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, hold on. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But because 8's never going to be in there. Right, okay. 8 never being in there does shake things up quite a bit, actually. Because with the fact that 8 can never go in there, right? 4 could have theoretically gone here. But 8 will never go in either of these squares. Right? And for the same reason, you know, 5 could have theoretically gone here. And then 3, 2, and 1 can go pretty much anywhere remaining. Right. But 3 will never go here. 1 and 4 will never go here. 3 and 4 will never go here. 6 will never go here. 5 will never go here. 2 will never go here. And 4 will never go. Neither will 5 for that. Okay, we're slowly detangling this. Now we know that 9 is necessarily restricted down to here. Right? If 7 came here... But it can't come sooner than... 6 can't come sooner than this, 5 can't come this, 4 can't come sooner than this. 4s won't go in here, 1 won't go in here, 7 won't go in here, 6 and 3 won't go in here, 2 won't go here, 6 won't go here, 5 won't go here, no 4 here or here. Now, do these restrictions actually end up giving us anything, or do they just end up being kind of a pain in the ass? I think they kind of just end up being a pain in the ass, if I'm being completely honest. Well, we know that 9 won't go in here, actually. Neither will 5. This is a 168 triple. This is a 259 triple. 3. So we know that this is a... Nice meme. You're so sleepy. We know that this is a 3-4 pair. This can't be a 4. It has to be a 3. This has to be a... Well, that's cool. That's part of a 5-8-9. 5, 6, 8, 9 is here. No, not... No, it's here. Huh. 5, 6, 9 there, 5, 8 there. And that's fun, I guess, but... I just hate skyscrapers. I hate them. One, 2, 5, 7, 9. Right, this is never going to be a 5. That's very silly. This is a 6. Meaning, where can a 6 go here? Has to go in one of these. But I don't know if it can. I feel like that did something. I just don't know what yet. Can this ever not be a 5? No, no, because this 1-2 pair. This has to be a 5, duh. So, let's see. If this is a 2, that forces at least 2 towers here. This is a 1, there's still at least 2 towers here. So this is at a minimum 3 towers already completed. Then a 4th. So we need at least one of these to be a 6 or a 7. Hold up. We know that there'll never be a 6 here. Why did I have that mark? Possible 6. Oh, right, because I just marked 6. Okay. Okay. I know I've just been bitching about the towers this entire time, but like they're just you know? They hurt me. I really wish I could narrow this down more. Let's see if this can be a 7. Right? Is it? Okay. If this is a 7, this has to be a 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That would mean that this couldn't be a 1 or a 5, or a 1 anymore, specifically. Could it? Yeah, this couldn't be a 1. Right. Oh, this doesn't feel like I'm solving it as much as it feels like I'm just... Oh god. Hi, Aaron. Welcome back. I made the tiniest bit more progress. But it still feels like I'm moving at a fucking snail's pace. Meemaw, don't kick the camera. Sleepy Stinky. Love you. No 4s here. 6s or 3s here. 4s or 1s here. 6s or 3s here. 6s or 3s here. 7s or 8s here or... Nor a 4 nor 5 nor 9. No 1s or 4s here. Or here. No 6s in any of these. No 8s here. This is rough. This is a bit rough. No, 4, 5, 9 here. No, 3, 4, 5 are here. No, 2, 5 are not here. Now, hold on. Can it ever be the case that neither of these is 7? I believe so. If this were a 6, 5, 3, 2, 1, then that would be satisfied. Without, and this could just be a 4. Oh, I know that this is never a 6, 5, 8, or 9. Very least. I know that's not the most helpful thing in the world, but kind of just have to make do with what we have right now. Aaron, please tell me you see something. Please. Oh no. Okay. Well, look at Smimo. Look at how cutely they're laying. You see Smimo? You see how cutely they're laying? At the very least? They're little peats. Okay. So I'm going for 7 more minutes before my next break, right? If I can't find literally anything in that time, then when I'm back, I will take a hint. Just feel like I'm missing something with these two scribe people. You know? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's checked. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's checked by necessity. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on. I know that these have to be 8 and 9. Also pushes an 8 into here. the issue is I don't think that does anything more for us immediately. You know? I guess this can no longer be an 8. But it's like, who needed it to be? Meanwhile, I love it when you sleep so funny, leaned up against. Hi, Mo. Hi, Mo. How are you doing? I'm really glad you made it. I'm so sorry. None of these can be 8. Right. These can be 9. Where does 9 go in here? It has... And it has to go here. Right, so 9s are all locked in right now. Eights though, 8 can't go here. Silly Lily. Also, I mean, building an arcade machine sounds neat at least. I hope you had fun doing that. I don't see anything with 7s, not anything with traditional Sudoku. 6s, 5s. Well, this can't be a 5. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm glad you're home now. You wanna look at Smimo's silly face? Look at their silly face. Wait. Why are they looking like this? Why do they look like this? I showed you my Smimo berries. Please respond. I showed you my Smimo berries. Please respond. Smimo has berries if you have rupees. Smimo, you have such a funny looking face sometimes. You have such a funny looking face sometimes, Smimo. I love you, though. My sweetie baby. Okay. What about 4s? Oh, interesting. 4 gets knocked out of these two. I like that. I like that a lot, Mo. Thank you. I've been struggling with Sudoku for the past 4 hours. I've made some progress, as I'm sure you can see. Like, we're in a different area now. But, yeah, still no substantial progress. Not in the current area. Like, we did the entire factory and the puzzle, even though I kind of stumbled my way through it. I don't know what that is. I do know that it's my break time in 20 seconds. And that I said that if I didn't understand what the fuck was going on by then, that I would take a hint. Well, first of all, is there ever a world in which this is a 1? This would be a 2 and a 3. That's 1, 2, 3. Right? Then that would force it. Hold on. Actually, already. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then the most we could squeeze in is either a 7 or a 6. And that doesn't work. So no, there's never a world in which this is a 1. Is there ever a world in which this is a 2? That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, no, there's never a world in which this is a 2. So these are always ascending. They're always going to be either a 1, 2, 3 or a 2, 3, 4. Right? Meaning they always contain a 2 and a 3. Meaning that 2 and 3 are never going to be in here. Oh god. A lot of work to just show that. Well, hold on. No, because they could be 1, 3, 4. They don't always contain a 1, 2, 3. It could be 1, 3, 4, or it could be 1, 2, 4. One, 2, 4, or 1, 3, 4, or 2, 3, 4, or... Hold on. This can be... I need to actually map these out real quick. Smimo, I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for pulling the paper out from under your butt. So the possibilities here are 2... Well, hold on. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Or 1, 3, 4. Right? But they do always contain a 3, though. Like, no matter what, there's always a 3 in one of these two. Right? 2, 3, 4 contains a 3 here. 1. No, because I forgot about 1, 2, 4 again. God damn it. There's nothing that can be said about this triplet of digits. Nothing. No consistency. I'm so fucking mad. I thought I found something. I thought I found something. But no. Oh, okay. Hold on. 1, 2, 4. It's 4. Yeah, no. Okay. I'll be right back. It's my break time. More Sudoku when I return. See, the Sudoku is also affecting your brain. It's just frustrating because I know there's a 6, 7, 8 in here. I can't do anything. You know? I feel like I can't really do anything with this one either. But we're gonna do our best. Nonetheless, we do our best. If this is a 3... this needs to be a 6 and this needs to be... right. If this is a 3, we have 3 towers here. 1 here. We need 2 more. If these are ascending, right? If these are ascending, we have 5 towers, we still need a 6th. Right? I know that... I'm pretty sure that 6 and 7 can never go in here. Right? Because let's say a 7 did go here. Right? Then to make 6 towers here, this would have to be a 6. And to make 6 towers here, this would have to be a 6. So therefore, neither of these can ever be a 7. Okay? Let's ask the same question about 6. Right? If this were a 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? One of these could be a 7. Let's just, for the sake of argument, say it's this one. Right? It really doesn't matter. I just need one of them marked. 2, 3. Right? And we still need 3 more towers here. One of these would have to be a 6 or a 7. So this can never be a 6. These always have a 6. These always have a 6 in them, and they always have a 7. The 6 will always be locked to here. Okay. Always a 6 and a 7 in these. Always. But can we do anything more with that? I feel like we can. These always contain a 6 and a 7. Meaning they only contain 2 other digits. Right? Of 1, 2, 3, or 4. It's been rough. It's been pretty rough. Like, we're working our way through it, but we're working with what's called scry peepers, right? The eye emoji tells you where a scry peeper is looking, right? Where I'm just gonna pull up the diagram again. Basically, if the sequence of numbers was that this was the sequence of numbers we were working with, right? With the scry peeper of 6, right? So that tells us that the scry peeper sees 6 edges. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. No, 5 edges. So as you can tell, it's a bit painful. That's a decent enough diagram to get the point across. Unfortunately, that's the main clue that we have for this entire segment. It's just scry peepers. This is the scry peepers zone. Okay, hold on. These 3 digits, right? These do imply something with this. This is 6, 7, as well as 2 other digits, right? So let's say this is the 6 and this is 6 and this is 7, right? These have to be 1, 2, 3, or 4, right? But that makes a 1, 2, 3, 4 quintuplet. Right? Meaning this is never a 6 and 7. It means that at most one of these can be a 1, 2, 3, or a 4. Right? And at most one of these because of these. So one of these is a 6, and the 7 goes on the other side. But I still feel like there's more to it. Like more that is implied. Right? Because I'm pretty sure that by necessity then, these can't be 1, 2, 3, or 4, and these can't be 1, 2, 3, or 4. Right? Because let's say this is a 1. This becomes a 2, 3, 4. Right? Then this would be forced to be a 6. This would be forced to be a 7. Right? Nope. And then this wouldn't be possible anymore, because this is 4 cells that need to contain 1, 2, or 3. And I'm pretty sure that ends up happening regardless of what specific number goes here, right? This becomes a 7, this becomes a 6. This would become a 2, and then this becomes either a 6 or a 7, neither of which it could be. So I feel pretty confident in that none of these can be 1s, 2s, 3s. Right? Like, pretty fucking confident in that assessment. And now I think something similar does end up happening here. But it would take some serious investigating to find it out. Like, did that logic track? I hope that logic tracked. What next? Aaron, did you catch all that? I'd also like to draw the grid lines in. I'm getting lost a little bit. Is this grid 5? No, that's grid 8. Ah. Bullshit. Okay. I hope you're able to get caught up. I could really use the help. Everything is all locked up with Sudoku rules, so it does require, at this point, Crypeeper. Assuming, of course, that I'm, not missing any notation. It's possible that oh, this can't ever be a 5. I did miss a 5. Haven't missed a 6. Haven't missed a 7. Haven't missed an 8, and I haven't missed a 9. Okay, so what Scribekeeper logic am I not understanding? Aside from, all of it. Why don't we try following this through? Right. This is 2, 3, 4, 5, something 9. But oh my god. We managed to get another step in. It hurt the whole way there. I swear this shit is doing psychological damage. It's doing psychic damage. Sorry. Not psychological damage. It's doing psychic damage. It's doing so much psychic damage that I got the words mixed up. I got the words mixed up. Don't make fun of me. Now we do have some classic Sudoku to take care of. This has to be a 1. Neither of these can be a 1. Hey. Okay. Now let's look at 2s again. All looks fine. This has to be a 3 though. Now, none of these can be 3s, and these can no longer be 3s either. What about 4s? Nothing interesting to say about 4s. Nothing interesting to say about 5s. Nothing interesting to say about 6s. Or 7s. Or 8s. Or 9s. Not by Sudoku. I know we could move on to the battlements boss. I'm not ready. Will 2 ever not go in one of these? Right, if this is 3 and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Six, 7 would rule that out. Hold on, what was the question? Right, the question was, will 2 ever not go in one of these teams? But I don't even think that's a useful question, actually. Because that wouldn't give us anything else. You know? I guess the next question is, can this really be 2? This would have to be 3, 4. Yeah, it could be. Okay, fine, we'll do the battlements boss. Okay. Okay. You still feel a little lost after your brief attempt to navigate the castle's library. Climbing atop the walls of the castle was a good idea. If nothing else, you can get some fresh air. Aha! You think you can see some Scrypeeper clues off in the distance. Yay! A loud buzzing gets your attention, and a gigantic fly alights on the wall in front of you. Exploring will have to wait. And again, no new rules. Just, you know, more of the same. The same old pain. Okay, 3 unique digits, right? Have to sum up to at least 6. Have to sum up to at least 6. 4 unique digits. No. 4 unique digits, 2 pairs of which sum up to a third number. 4 unique digits, 2 pairs of which sum up to a third unique number. It's never going to be 9 and 1, for instance, because that number can never be 10 or higher, right? This number could be 9. It couldn't be 1, obviously. Couldn't be 2. It could be 3 if not for there being 2 arrows. Can't be 4. If it was 5, the digits would be 1, 3, and... No, 1, 4, and 2, 3. Right? If it was 6, it would be 1, 5, and 2, 4. But then it immediately starts getting more complicated. So this can be 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. And then crop keys are always a little bit more restricted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 per in all of them. Right. But we also know neither of these is ever going to be an 8. And neither of these is ever. Aaron, do you want to join me on this one? Even though you would be skipping ahead. Cool. I hate Scrypeepers so much. So much. Scrypeepers might be loathed. Now the issue is that, for instance, this could be 1, 1, 1, and that would make this 3. You know, all we really know about two Scrypeepers at the end of the arrows on the left. Mean that these digits can't be very low. Now, why not? Well, we know there'll never be a 9 in either of these. First of all. Right. And there'll never be an 8 either. If there was a 7... I mean, it could be like 3, 2, 1, 9, you know? Then 2, 1, 3. Well, one of them can't be low. I kill it. I kill it, Kit. One of them is low, the other one is high. Well, the other one has a high digit. But even then, it can't be very high. These can only ever be at most 6. No, they could be 7. They could theoretically be 7. No, because they have to be lower than the first digit. And the first digit can only ever go up to a 6. Aaron, that's what it's implying. I think. Is that whatever digits these are, they have to be lower than the first digit. What that digit is anyone's guess, but... I don't know what you mean. Because 1 and 2 don't leave enough smaller digits on the arrow? Aaron, I don't know what you're saying. I'm sorry. Scrypeepers fuck with my head in a bad way. Ah. God. Yay. Okay, okay. Okay, I needed to take a quick Yuri break. I just needed to take a quick Yuri break, you know? Uh, 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 it hurts. It hurts. Okay. Because I hate Scrypeepers so particularly much, we're taking an early hint on this one. Digits seen by the clue block sight of any subsequent smaller digits in the row or column. We have arrows where digits on an arrow sum to the digit in the attached circle. So these 3 digits would have to add up to this digit. And we have black Kropke dots where black dots separate digits where one is double the other. Not all such relationships are marked. Okay, so this is at least 1 through 6. I mean, this is at least 1 through 6. This is at least 6 through 9. Same here. This is at most 1 through 6. And this is 6 through 9. I'm just reading the subtitles on this video also out loud so that Aaron can also get the what's happening. You cannot have a 1 here. You cannot have, I think this has to be 4, 5, or 6 here, right? It will see a 9 no matter what. So it must also see only 1 digit here, which means this has to be the highest digit. So this has to be 4, 5, okay. Can the 2 scraper on the right be narrowed down to 8? Yeah. It's just a matter of where that 8 is. Actually, yeah. This has to be an 8. Because if this eventually sees the 9, right, no matter where the 9 lands, right, even if it somehow landed all the way over here, right, yeah, I mean, this is an 8. This is an 8. You are absolutely right about that. The 2 scraper on the right. Huh. That is interesting. Now, let's say this was a 3, 2, 1, 6, right? So why couldn't this be a 9? You know, I still don't, Aaron, I still don't understand what you or Frank are saying about why this has to be a high number. Like, this has to be an 8, right? We've got that. We've got that in the bag. But why does this have to be a high number? It will see a 9 no matter what, so it must also see only 1 digit here. So this has to be the highest digit. This has to be the highest digit. Meaning it definitely can't be a 1 or a 2. But it could be a 3, right? Like, there's no reason why it couldn't be a 3, right? It's just that Frank immediately jumps to, this can't be a 3, and I don't know why. I know he has his reasonings, he's just not the best at explaining them. Oh, hold on. If this is 3, 2, 1, this is 6, right? This could be 6. Oh, then the smallest digits possible here. Hold on. Okay, this can still be a 6, theoretically. Right? But that would force a 6 here, too, because of Kropke, yeah. If this is a 3, that forces a 6 here. 2, 1, regardless of the orientation of this, forces a 6 here. So yeah, this can't be a 3. And the same is true here, because if this is 3, this is a 1-2 pair, this resolves to a 6, and this has to be a 6. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Now, if this is even a 4, right, this can't be a 5, because then it adds up to more than 10, right? If this is a 4, well, if this is a 6, none of them can be 4. For the same basic reasoning. It ends up adding up to 10. Okay. LMAO, immediately after, I want to check, immediately after he goes to say, like, oh, it could be a 3, and I don't know how long it takes him to figure it out, but no, it cannot be a 3. Thank you very much. If this is a 6 at most, right? 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 9 has to go here, right? If it's a 4, 3, 2, 1, 9 goes here. So 9 goes in one of these. One of these 6. And it's never going to go on either of these, obviously. Okay. How does that help us, though? How does that help us? What's next, rather? What is next? One of the arrows is definitely a 9 because it's a minimum if one of them has to be a 6. That's true. That's true. So this is never going to be 9. Which at least, you know, narrows that down quite a fucking bit. So real quick, let's look at the other possibilities for these arrows, right? It's either 5, 1, 4, 2, 3, 6, 1, 5, 2, 4, 7, or 8. Where 7 can be 1, 6, it could be 2, 5, it could be 3, 4. Right? That is enough unique digits. Or 8, which gives us a 1, 7, 2, 6, or a 3, 5. So ultimately, the possible digits here are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Which isn't immediately helpful, admittedly, but it will be, okay? I know it will be eventually. It has to be. Oh, God. Okay, I'm taking more hint. I'm taking more hint. You just figured out that you can't put a 5 on a Kropke dot. I guess it's useful to mark these at least. They can't be 1, 2. Could either of them be 3? No, because that would require 1, 2, and a 3. Can't be 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, I guess? If this is 5, right? Would require either a 1 and a 4, or a 2 and a 3. Right? It can't be a 2 and a 3, because then both of these would have to be 1. It would have to be a 1 and a 4. Right? Which would force this to be a 6, and force these to not contain a 1, and then it would be impossible, because these would add up to 11. So neither of these can be 5. Is there anything else? I just hate having to get so many fucking hints through this one. It's rough. Not a 6 either? Why could this not be a 6? If this was 6, this could be a 1 and 5. Oh shit, yeah. 4, 6 pair. Duh. Duh. Okay. Cool. That would have taken me a second to get to. Kind of embarrassing. Yeah. Just... like, what next? Okay. He's got the 7, 8, 9. He still hasn't ruled 3 out. This sees 2 cells. 9 can never be here. Okay, where can 7 be? Here. Is the next thing he's pointing to. Right. Because it can't be to the left of the 9. Meaning it has to be in one of these 3. This must be 8, because 8 cannot be seen from this side. 8 has to be seen from this side before it sees the 9, so this is 8. This sees 3. This sees 3. So 8 can go here. But 8 can't go here. 8 can't actually go. So 8 is pushed into one of these 2. And out of here. And 8 being in one of these 2... also forces 7 to be in one of these 2 as well. And one of these... well, hold on. This could be 8, 9, right? But one of these 2 is always going to be 7. In fact... hold on. I mean, it's never going to go 7, 8, 9 because that would break the Scribekeeper. This has to be a 7. No, it doesn't. Motherfucker. Right, because 7 can go... okay. 7 can go between the 8 and the 9. Seven can go between the 8 and the 9. Oh, God. What next? I know. The joke. 9 has to go somewhere in here. Hold on. If 9 has to go somewhere in this range with this column, right? And it can't go on the arrow. And it can't go in here. And 9 has to be one of these two because of the 6. This has to be a 9. I got that one all by myself. That also forces a 9 into here. Right? Yeah. And forces a 9 into here? Yes. And, of course, it pushes a 9 into one of these two. We just don't know which one yet. You know? It's also pushed out of here and into one of these three. Like, I'd say it's pretty likely to be on here, but again, this could be 111. You know? Okay, don't get too lost in the sauce, Lily. Okay, so now we know, actually, that this has to be a 6. Because if this is a 4, right, the most we could stave off this skyscraper from being completed is 3, 2, 1. And then automatically it breaks. So this has to be a 6. Meaning that neither of these are 3s. This is a 1-2 pair. This has to be a 4. This has to be a 3. This has to be a 2 or an 8. We don't know which one. This 1-2 pair does resolve this to being a 9, though. Now what? Now what fresh fuck shit do we have to get up to? This can only ever be at a maximum 7, theoretically. Is there any reason why... Okay, it's a 4 through 7. No, 3 through 7. It could still be a 3. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If this was 3... Right, these would all have to be 1s. This would have to be a 2. Is there any Svimo, can you not eat my pencil, baby? Hi, Stinky. Hi, Stinky. Hello, Stinky baby. Hello, Stinky baby. Hello. Hello. Hello, Smimo. Smimo Cam has returned. Okay, so this wouldn't be able to be a 2 or a 3. This wouldn't be able to be a 1. This wouldn't be able to be a 1 or a 2. 1, 2, 2, 3. Oh, both of these would become 2s the moment this becomes a 1. So this can never be a 3, because this can never be a 1. That's useful. Okay. And also, actually, we know that 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 have to go in here. Because that's the only way to, like, actually make the skyscraper work. Right? So we know that this has to be a 7. Well, luckily, Aaron, for once, I got it. For once. Hey, it's Mimo, baby. Hey, it's Mimi, baby. I love you. I love you, Stinky. Okay. Well, that means that this can never be a 6. And this can never be a 5. I don't think this can ever be a 4 either. No, it cannot. Can this ever be a 3? No, this can't be a 3. Because if this is a 3, then at minimum they add up to 6. I mean, at minimum they add up to 7, LMAO. You know, baby, I'm sorry, I'm just stimming. I'm just stimming with something on the ground. Don't go look for it. Don't go look for it. Okay, okay. So what are the possibilities for this? Because this square has to be at a minimum 3, right? This can no longer be a 4. This is a 1 or a 2. Both of these are 1s or 2s, actually. Also, can I stop getting the stupid fucking... Hold on. I swear, I enabled this exactly 1 time. And it turns on every time I open a new puzzle now. It's Mimi, baby. I love you. I love you, sweetie. Okay. What next? Well, this has to be a 1 or 2 or a 3. This has to be a 5, 6, 7, 8 quadruple. It's Mimo, baby. My silly baby. Are you going to sleep again, Smimo? Are you going to sleep again, Smimi? Okay, with this having to be a 5, 6, 7, or 8, right? This can no longer be a 6. No longer be a 4 either. Because if it's a 4 and this can be at a minimum of 5, this can be at a minimum of 1, it would make it a 10. So this has to be a 1, a 2, or a 3. Which doesn't narrow down this cell at all. Except for the fact that it can't be a 3, I guess? Like, oh. Whoop. Fucking do. Okay. 5, 6, 7. So this has to be a 7, 8, or a 9. It can't be a 7. This has to be an 8 or a 9. Right. And if it's a 9, then 8 can go in this square. Right. Hold on. This implies something weird about this that I'm trying to wrap my head around. If this is an 8, right, then this has to be a 7, and this has to be an 8. Right? If this is a 9, this can still be an 8, and this would be this can be a 7, or I think this is always a 7 is the thing. But it's not. It's not necessarily always a 7. Because the 8 could go in one of these two squares. Like, if this is a 9, we could still go 8, 7, and then 5, 6 here. Oh, rough. Rough. This shit has me feeling like a goddamn puppy. How much I'm saying rough. Okay, well, whatever these two digits are, they can't be 1 or a 2. Right? So they've got to be a 3, 4, oof, or a 5. Oof. Ooh. Right? Yeah. Yeah, they can never be anything other than 3, 4, or 5. What next? 1, 6, 7, 8, 9. But this has to be a 1, a 2, or a 3. It could never be a 4, for instance, because that would add this up at a minimum to a 10. Oh, my neck just cracked. Oof. Oh, God. It just sucks because this at most can contain a 1, 2, or a 3. We just don't know which one. 2 or 3. Ah, get it? Teehee. Row 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, what? Oh, row 7, 8 can't be on the arrow because, yeah. So. Which means it must be in box 9. Yeah, that tracks actually. Huh. Okay. Okay, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. And it can't be here. Means it's still theoretically possibly here. We're just not gonna mark that yet. This has to add up to 9. 7, 8, 9, 6, 1, 5, 3. Yeah. Okay. Unfortunately, it doesn't really do anything for our 7s, but, you know, it's something. It's a digit placed. A digit placed is a digit placed is a digit placed. Well, hold on. Why haven't I done this at all? Right? Like, can 7 ever go here, for instance? Yeah, if 8 goes here. Can 8 ever go here? Yes, if 7 goes here. Or, no, only if 7 goes here. 8 can only go here if 7 goes here. Hold on. Can 7 ever go here? If 7's here, 8 has to go in front of it, right? But that forces this into an impossible state. If 7 goes here, 7 can't go here, in other words, right? Because then we wouldn't be able to form the right amount of towers. I don't think. 7, 6... No, yeah, it does work. Like, if 7 goes here, basically that just says that this number needs to be higher. This number needs to be 4 or higher. And that these numbers need to be 4 or higher, so... Well, hold on. If this is 7. If this is 7. If this is 7. This would have to be 4 or higher, right? Right? Because 8 would not be able to go here, and it would not be able to go here. So if this is 7, this would have to be 8, just first of all. But then also, 6 couldn't go here. Couldn't go here, it would have to go here. Right? This would have to be 5. These would have to be 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm 1, 2, yeah. That would force that into a state of impossibility if that's a 4. What about this? 1, 2, 4. Force this to be a 3. Would force this to be a 1. And this to be a 2. This to be a 4. And yeah. Huh. Because then that ends up like that. So regardless of how this resolves under that condition, this does end up resolving to be either a 3 or a 4. And either way, it's broken. So therefore, this is never a 7. I just don't know what good that does, if any. Nice, Mimi. Oh, you're so ready for dinner? You're so ready for dinner, Pilled? Oh, baby, are you okay? What was that? I've never seen you make that face before. Love you. Okay, so we know that can't be a 7, so that's cool, I guess. Doesn't really narrow anything down, though. Nice, Mimo. Nice. Sweet. So cute to me. They're making such a stance. Well, they were making such a stance and face at me. What, now you're not? Now you're not interested, Smemo? Ah! Oh shit, okay. I gotta feed Smemo. I'll be right back. Back. Mimo was eating their dinner, and I had a smoke. The frustrating thing is that I know that if Scrypeepers click for me, I'll get them. You know, I'll understand. They just haven't. They just haven't clicked for me. I still have to, like, puzzle my way through the logic. If this was to be a 5, right, this would have to be an 8. And that would be okay. If this was to be a 6, this would have to be an 8. Right? If this were to be a 7, this could still be an 8. Maybe I take another hint. I just fucking hate this one. You know? Like, this one does not solve elegantly at all. Okay. Like, I'm so far back that he's still working on placing his first 9. Well, he placed the 4. And he finally got his first 9. I say finally as if it doesn't take him like 2 minutes to do these. Okay, then he places these. 6, 7, or 8. Right. But we know that this is never going to be an 8. Does eventually whittle the crop key down in the top right. Oh, right. No matter what, there is a 2 in one of these two. Because it's either 1 and 2 or 2 and 4. So that makes the remaining cells in this a 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. And one of these is by necessity a 3. Because it's either 3 and 4 or it's 3 and 5. I'm basically just summing up what he's doing right now, which... Okay, 8 ends up... Hold up! Okay, that's actually interesting. 8 can't go here. It has to go in one of these two. Right? Meaning this cannot be an 8. Meaning that this is either a 5 or a 6, which does in fact narrow these down quite a bit. They are 1, 2, 3, 4, or maybe a 5. Right? Is there a reason why? Well, hold on. If they're 5, it would be a 5 and a 1. So that, by necessity, no matter what, puts a 1 and a 2 in here. Right? Removing 1 and 2 as possibilities from all of these squares. Right? These always contain a 1 and a 2. And they always contain a 4. These always contain a 1, 2, and a 4, and then either a 3 or a 5. What next? Hold up. Okay, okay. This is either going to be a 4, 1, 2, or a 4, 1, 3. This is never going to be a 6. Because to be 6, both of these would have to be 1. Right? So there's always going to be a 1 here. There's always going to be a 1 here. That removes 1 from here, and forces a 1 into here. Placed the 9 in the bottom right. And figured that 9 has to be one of these two. It can't be here or here. 9 can't be on there, so it has to be one of these two. Which, yeah. Yeah, it does have to be one of those two. But, which one? Weed! Thank you. I needed that right now. Hi, also. This Sudoku is fucking brutal. I don't know how long you've been here. I don't know if you want a recap on everything that's up. It's painful. Basically. Two, 5, 7, 8, or 2, 5, 7, or 8. Two, 5, 7, 8. Hold on. No, this can still also be a 9, yeah. This can't be a 2, actually, because of this 1-2 pair. Yeah, I mean, if it's anything, you know, at least you can hang out. At least you can hang out with the chilling vibing. The question is, can this be a 2? If this was 2, this would be 1 and 3, right? And then if this were 7, these would either have to be 1 and 6, impossible, 2 and 5, impossible, or 3 and 4, impossible. If this were 8, this would either have to be 1 and 7, no, 2 and 6, no, 3 and 5, no. If this were 9, 1 and 8, no, 2 and 7, no, 3 and 5, no, 4 and 5, no. So this can never be a 2. This has to be a 2. Which also forces one of these to be a 2. We don't know which one, right? But we do know that regardless, it forces this to be a 1. No, it doesn't, I guess. I thought we knew pretty definitively that one of these had to be a 2, though. Right? One, 5, no, 1, 4. Huh. Could this still be a 7, actually? I think this could still be a 7. I don't know why we ruled 7 out of here. Yeah, this could still be a 7. What? No, I didn't mean... Okay. Oh, God. Okay. Alright. So these could be a... Because one of these is always going to be a 1. Right? Neither of these is ever going to be an 8 or a 9, obviously. This is never going to be a 9. None of these is ever going to be a 4 by absolute necessity. Going to be a 2 or a 3 here, and whichever one it is, isn't going to be here. So these aren't going to be 2 or 3. Okay. Okay. If this were a 2 or a 3, and this were a 7 or an 8, right? If this were a 2 or a 3, right? Regardless, we need something taller here. It needs to see whatever's in this box first. And then skip over this box. Ah. Oh, hold on. If this was 3, this would have to be 2. But these can't be 3 either. If this was 4... Well, no. This one can't be 3. This could be 4, 3, 2, 8, 7, right? But these could be 7 as well. A 7 could be in here. This is rough. Is there a reason why this couldn't be a 1? Or a 2 for that matter? Like, if this is a 3, the issue is that it has to go, 2 and 1. Oh, this could also be a 3, yeah. And because this could still be a 7, this could also be a 1 or a 2. This could still be an 8. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sure. This requires a 3 no matter what. These digits are a 4, 5, 6, 7, or 9. 4 through 9. Obviously, this can never be a 6 or a 9. This can never be a 6. Okay. If we made this a 5, right? It would have to be a 3. Both of these would have to be 1s. Okay. I'm tracking so far. This would have to be a 2. This would have to be a 4. This would have to be a 3. These would have to add up to 6. Which they can no longer do. Hold on. Actually, basically, if this is a 1, this becomes a 3. No. Yeah. The question is this a 5? Shit. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay. If this is a 5, this is a 1, 3, 1. Right? This would have to be a 3. Right? But 4, 5. So this has to be a 6. Meaning this is no longer ever able to be a 3. And there's always a 2 here. Right? And these 2's see each other, which removes a 2 from here. Are you tracking, Aaron? Now this being a 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can this ever be a 4? If this is a 4, both of these are 1s, right? Causes this to be a 3 and this to be a 2, and this to be at minimum 10. So this can never be a 4, this has to be a 3. Okay. So this is a 1 or a 2. Right. Can this ever be a 7? Both of these would have to be 1s, both of these would have to be 2s. That doesn't add up anymore. This cannot be a 7. Can this ever be a 6? Well, this would have to be a 1 and a 2. This would have to be a 1, this would have to be a 2. This would have to be a 2, this would have to be a 4. I don't see any issue with that now. What about a 5? I'd force these to be a 2 and a 3. Would make this a 1. Would make this a 2. Would make this a 2, and make this a 4. This would become an 8. And I don't see any immediate problems with that. Ruling out 2 out of both box 6 arrows means it has to add to 7? Right, because 5 and 6 would both require a 2. Yeah, you are correct about that. And that forces this to be an 8. Means that this is a 1-3 pair now. This is a 2. Okay, hold up. Just let me get my bearings. can't be a 7. This can't be a 9. Maybe a 7, 8, or 9. This can't be a 7, 8, or 9. This can't be a 2, 3, 7, 8, or a 9. This can't be a 3, 7, 8, or a 9. Can't be a 1, 7, or a 9. This can't be a 1, 6, 7, or 9. This can't be a 1, 7, or 8. This can't be a 2 or an 8. This cannot be a 3, 8, or 9. This can't be an 8 or a 9. This can't be a 2, 8, or 9. This can't be a 2 or a 9. 2 is always going to go in one of these. And 2 is always going to go in one of these. 8 is always going to go in one of these. 9 is always going to go in one of these. Is there ever a world in which 7 isn't one of these? Right? Is that ever the case? No. 7 can't go in any of these either. And I think that might be as far as we can take that. The aggressive notation approach. Do we try bifurcating? Do we go for bifurcation? Because it kind of feels like we have enough solved that if we bifurcate, we can finish it. Hold on. Actually, this trapezoid. Right. One of these two is always going to be a 1. Right? Always. Because if this is a 5, these can't both be 1s. If this is a 5, this can't be a 2 and a 3. If it's a 6, this can't be a 2 and a 3. So one of these is always a 1, right? And we already know that one of these is always a 1. So neither of these can be a 1. Because no matter what, one of these two sees this. One of these two sees this. It's just a matter of which one, you know? Now, this, right? 4 and 1 never gonna add up to 7. 5 and 1 never gonna add up to 7. This has to be a 6. This has to be a 1. This has to be a 3-4 pair. This has to be a 1, this has to be a 2. This has to be a 2. One of these is going to be a 4. One of these has to be a 4. Right, it's a pair. So this has to be a 3, this has to be a 4. Kinda glad we held off on bifurcating for at least a bit. Even though it kind of feels like we're running up into it again, you know? This is never going to be a 5. This has to be a 6. And this has to be a 1, this has to be a 2. This has to be a 5, 4, 1, 2. One, 8, 2. Okay. 5-7 pair removes 5 and 7 as candidates from the rest of these. Placing a 4, 3, 9, 6, 1. Five, 8, 5, 7, 7, 8, 5, 3, 4, 7, 6, 8, 7, 1, 5, 8, 5, 3, 6, 9, 4, 9, 7, 5, 3. Yeah, that just solves it. That just solved it. Done. Fucking done. Jesus Christ, I hate that one. And we get a 2 for all of our hard work. We get a 2. And also when we place that 2, right? When we place that 2, it adds all of these extra clues. Right? Some of which were intended to help us solve the fucking factory, but, you know, it's whatever. It's whatever. Who needs it? Well, we know that this can never be a 7 or a 9 now. Sorry, I am jumping back to here. Is this ever a 9? It could be. It could be. But we know that this is a 7. This is a 4 or 5 pair. This has to be a 9. Hi, Crow. Neither of these is a 9 anymore, meaning this has to be an 8. How was the dind? How was your dinder? Did you eat well? I hope. Oh, LMAO. I'm sorry. Like many such cases, but that sucks. This has to be an 8 because it's the only square that can be, and we revealed the boss! This can never be a 5. Shit. Hold on. Where did I lose myself? This 1-7 pair is nice. What show did you end up watching? If I may ask. Two, 3 pairs, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Oh! Based. Based digital circus moment. The digital circus. The Amazing digital circus. That's what it's called, right? That's how it's pronounced. And if you don't think so, well, go fuck yourself, I guess. I guess we're going that intense with it, sorry. That forces that to be a 3, and that to be a 4! Hold up! We're going all the way back here now. Sort of. Not really. Yeah, as a clown appreciator, I was very happy when the Amazing Digital Circus started coming out. It's got a little bit more of like a play place vibe than I personally like am prone to appreciate, but I think that's okay. Not everything needs to be made for me. These two need to increase, right? Because no matter where the 9 goes, it already sees an 8. Right, meaning this can't be a 1. And it can't be a 4. It has to be a 6. Right? Oh, yeah, it has to be a 6. This can be a 4 or a 5 still, though. But either way, this becomes a 1, this becomes a 6, this becomes a 1, this can't be a 1, this becomes a 9. This becomes a 7, this becomes a 9, this becomes a 5, this becomes a 6, this becomes a 9. This becomes a 6. This becomes a 4, this becomes a 2, this becomes a 3, this... Nope. Hold on. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? What did you do wrong, Lily? Lily, what did you do wrong? I missed one note somewhere. Why did I say this needed to be a... Oh, because of the tower rule. Right? I mean, I guess they could still be ones. I guess there could still be a 1 in here. There can't be a 2 or a 3, though. Couldn't be a 1 here, though. And there can't be a 1 here. What the fuck is going on here? This has to be a 6. Why can't this be a 5? Okay, okay, yeah. Well, either way, it can't be a 4. Thank you, Aaron. I was in stupid brain mode a little bit. I had poo brain. Sometimes you have poo brain, and that's okay. Just checking to see that I didn't misplace anything. This all seems alright. Eh? Quack. Thank you, Moat. Alright. Y'all ready for boss number 2? Of which we've done 3 already? Keymaster by Skeptical Mario. Having followed the scribe peeper clue deeper into the castle's living quarters, you suddenly hear retreating footsteps. Someone is here. You run after them and turn a corner to find a hallway full of numbered rooms. Which one did they use? You can't let your first chance at answers get away. Okay, I'm gonna grab a liquid real quick because this one gets complicated, but it's fun. This is a fun one if I remember correctly. It's just complicated. Also, actually, wait 1 second because I need to pee too. Hello, I am back. Okay. So, we've got standard Sudoku rule, right? Plus numbered rooms. Digits outside the grid are numbered room clues. A digit in the clue is in the nth cell in the adjacent row or column, where n is the digit in the first cell from the clue in that row or column. A very complicated, annoying way of wording that clue, but I'll demonstrate it in a second. Because we also have killer cages. Digits in a cage cannot repeat and sum to the number in the top left corner of the cage. Easy peasy, right? But basically, right? You see this 5, right? This 5 right here, right? If this was a 2, right, that would tell you, hey, 5 is in the second. Therefore, it's there. If this was a 3, the 5 would go here. If this was a 4, the 5 would go here. If this was a 5, the 5 would go here. That's not possible. That's not possible. Making this some combination of 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, 9. Just off the bat. Right, but the digits have to sum up to 17, too. So the question is, what path through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, 9, right? What 3 digits of that set add up to 17? Right? Can it ever contain a 1? No, it cannot. It can never contain a 1. None of these cells is ever going to be a 1, because if it's a 1, the closest you can... No, it could be a 1. It could be a 1, 6, 9. Can it ever be a 2? 2, 5, 8, yes. And if it's ever a 3... No, 2, 5, 8 doesn't add up to 17. What the fuck am I talking about? What the fuck am I talking about? Let's see. 2 and 6 is 8, and 9 is 17. So 2, 6, 9 works. Then what about 3? 3 and 4 would have 10 remaining. 3 and 5 would be 8, so add a 9. So 3, 5, 9 works. What about 3, 6? 3 and 6 is 9, so 3, 8, 9. So it's either going to be 1, 6, 9, 2, 6, 9, 3, 5, 9, or 3, 8, 9. But no matter what, a 9 goes here, right? So 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, 9. With a guaranteed 9, right? Puts 5 in one of these cells, no matter what. Because of the doors. Right? But it's also never going to be 1. Right? Because if any of them is 1, that would set its own cell to 5. So that's impossible. So it's never going to be 1, 6, 9. It's either going to be 2, 6, 9, 3, 5, 9, or 3, 8, 9. Now there is a nifty little tool we can enable somewhere in here. Killer calculator. There we go. Where in this cage... It's Mimo, hi baby. Please don't eat my pencil. I really need it right now. In this cage, we can remove all of them except for the ones that are valid. It's not going to be 3, 6, 8. It'd be 3, 8... Hold on, what? Why did I have 3, 8, 9 written down? Am I silly? Am I silly? Hold on. I did something very silly. Okay, hold on. So, each digit has to be from a different set of 3. Meaning, this one cannot be the case. This one can be. This one cannot be. This one can be. This one can be. This one cannot be, and this one cannot be. So it has to be one of these. Nice, Mimo. So they have to be 2, 5, 6, 8, 9. Right? Which also puts 5 in 2, 5, 6, 8, or 9. And this is never going to be 5 because then that would put a 5 in the 5th square and conflict. So we get rid of this one as well. So 2, 3, 6, 8, 9. But hold on, where did 3 go? What the fuck am I doing? I feel like my brain is melted a little bit, sorry. 3 different sets. No. 3 different sets? Yes. 3 different sets. 8. Yeah. No. No. Fuck off. Neither of these. Okay. Am I doing this right this time? It's also never going to be 5. So it has to be a 2, 6, 9 or a 3, 6, 8. It's Mimo, baby, I love you, but you are being a butthead. Please go play with your toy. Please go play with the toy. My love, please go play with the toy. I know you have so much after dinner energy. Oh, okay. So it's 2, 6, 8, 9. Two, 6, 8, 9. One of these has a 5 in it. Now, if this was a 5, right? If this was a 5, I'd put 2 here. Right? And force this to be a 9.
Bino!
Hi, Veracus. Neither of these would be able to be an 8 or a 9. It would have to be a 2 and a 6. That's not necessarily helpful, though. So this can go 2, can't go 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hold on, this has the same conundrum. Right? Because all 3 of these have to tell it that 2s go in, you know, each different box in some configuration. Right? These have to not only add up to 18, but also have 1 digit from each possible set. Right? So 8 and 9 are both from the same set. If it was 8 and 9, it would put a 2 in the same box. 7 and 8, no. 4 and 5, no. 4 and 6, no. 5 and 6, no. So this is a 3, 6, 9. Which tells us that 2 always goes in one of these. Are you seeing the logic? It's an elegant one. I'll give it that. So this does contain a 2 and a 5. Right? So any that don't have a 2 and a 5 are necessarily removed. Meaning this has to be a 2, 5, 7, 8, 9. Right? Which forces this to be a 1, 3, 4, 6. What next, Lily? What next? What else can you do? Well, this is also telling us a 5, right? So this has to be a 4, 5, or a 6. And therefore it can't be a 2. Therefore this box requires a 2. It has to be one of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Whoa, that's so fucking helpful. Okay. This is a 15 that could contain a 5. And if it does, that would narrow things down nicely, but we don't know. Now, what's the logic here? Right? If this was a 5, we would put the 2 here and a 9 here. Right? This says the 5 is in the 9th slot. This says the 2 is in the middle slot. Is that okay? I think that's okay, though. Oh, it's never gonna be... This is never gonna... This cell is never gonna be a 9. Or an 8. It has to be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. Or 7. Now, what's going on with this? Right? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We know that 3 goes in here. Right? And we know it's never going to go here, because that would cause both of these to be 2. So this can't contain a 3. It has to be a 1, 2, 6. Which removes 6 as a possibility from here as well. And now it's 4, 5, 7, 8, or 9 for each of these. Well, Smimo found a bug. They found and dismantled a bug. They're actively in the process of dismantling the bug. It's Mimo. Good God. This silly ass cat. Hashtag my bug. Right, because we narrowed it down so that this can't have a 2, this can no longer be a 9. And this is either going to have... This is going to have two of a 1, 2, and a 6. Does that conflict with this at all? Not in the slightest. So what next? You know? It's gonna be a 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, or 9. In either of these. There ever... It's okay, I'm just glad to have you here, Mo. I'm glad you're still here. I appreciate your company. And just knowing that if I start screaming if I start screaming in agony, that someone will hear it. Agony from the Sudoku, of course. Nothing else. Nothing to worry about, you know. Just... You know? Cool. I appreciate you. Oh, yeah, bye, Baracus. This is a very sleepy stream, too. I'm glad you were able to pop by on this horrible, horrible Thinking Thursday. Well, hold on. Actually, we know that 3's never going to go on 4 or 5. So it has to go on 7, 8, or 9. Because of the 3's here. Right. And then we also know that one of these two has to be a 3. Which is pretty cool, actually. Even if we can't narrow down which one it is yet, you know. It's still pretty cool, I think. Like, I feel like it's unlikely that the 3 is outside of here. I feel like this has to be a 3-9. You know. I just can't prove it. I can't prove it. This can't be a 9. 4, 5. No. 4, 5, 7, 8. One of these has got to have a 3 in it. I just don't know which one. I should probably start marking things that are like completed sets, you know? Like, I know that this is a triple. I know that this is a triple. And I know that this is a triple. And I know that this is a quadruple. And I know that this is a quintuple. Cha, is this true? Cha-cha, generate me an image of Rouge the... was killed by a sniper before finishing that sentence. And I guess we know that this is going to be a 4, 5, or a 6. Right? But that's kind of it. Oh, this can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10, or not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. Whoa. Like, come on, give me something. Give me something to work with here. I feel like I'm so close to cracking this nut. And when I do crack it, it's gonna crack wide open. Like, we're talking nasty. Man, it's gonna be a nasty ass nut we're cracking open. Chat, do I take a hint? Do I take a hint on this? Because I kind of feel like I'm just looking at it. Take a hit? I wish. I wish. And I guess either way, we know that 6 is in one of these two solves. You know? Okay, I'm gonna take a hint. I'm gonna take a hint. It's already figured out this is a 369. And the 5s have to have a 6. And the 6, I guess, has to go on one of these. Eventually. I'm just like, is that really all that useful right now? He has that 126 figured out now. How did he place a 3 in here? Have I just been doing this wrong this whole time? Sorry, hold on. I'm just gonna... Okay, so he got the 369 here. Right, he got the 126 here. Right. And 23689 here. But now it's saying that one of these has to be a 3. And I don't see why. Like, we know that it has to have a 5. Right? So we know it can't be this. Or this. Also has to have a 9. But why on earth would this have to have a 3 in it? Like, is that just what I did wrong, then? But I'm still just like, why does this have to have a 3 in it? Why? Why does this have to have a 3 in it? Right? Because, like, 2s have to go in one of these 3. Like, that forces a 2. I think he just gets it wrong. Yeah, it took him like 10 minutes to figure out that he got it wrong. Oh, man. Okay. I mean, it is nice to see that he also, like, legitimately struggles on this. You know, it's nice. Not that it's nice to see an old man struggle. As much as, like, thank God it's not just me. This can be 1, can't be 2, could be 3. No, this, hold on. This had to be 4, 5, or 6. Because it had to go in here. And this also had to be 4 or 6, because it had to go in here. This had to be a 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 3, 4, 6. And this 4, 5, 6 gets rid of a 2 from here. This can no longer be a 6 here because this has to be a 7, 8, or a 9. What else? What else does he have for us? Right, yeah, this has to be a 7, 8, or a 9, which I already fucking got. Then this could theoretically be a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or a 9. But it's not going to be a 6 or a 9 because of this 3, 6, 9. So 4, 5, 7, 8. And I'm almost back where I was. Alright, 9 can't go in here, 9 has to go in one of these two. And then 9 is pushed into one of these, right? If it's in here, that makes this a 3, 9. Right? If this were to be a 3, 9... Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so 9 knocks 9s out of here. 9... Oh wait, fuck. 9 isn't necessarily pushed to here. But we can look at 3s here at least. Which still does ask the same question, actually. Where does 3 go in here? If it's 3, this has to be a 3-9 pair. Right? If this is a 3-9 pair... This has to be a 7 or... No, fuck. Fuck off. Okay. One and 2 have to go in here at some point. They were never going to go in here anyway. But it's just because they're knocked out of here. And we eventually need a 2 in here as well. Right, we need a 2 in here because of this, which knocks a 2 out of here. And this always had a 2. I feel like I'm still playing catch up, honestly. So this cannot be a 2, so it's one of these two. This is a 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. Which, like, yeah. We had that. This cannot have a 6 here. Whoa, what a surprise. Why can't this have a 6 here, though? If this is a 6. This has to be a 5. This has to be a 4. Where N is the first cell from that clue. That would force this to be a 2. Oh my god, why didn't I catch that? Because this works both ways. Like 4, 5, 6 or 4, 5, 6. And then 4, 6 or 4, 6. Okay. Because it wasn't relevant until this very fucking second. Smemo, you silly butt. Hi, Stinky. Can you please stop trying to eat my paper? Please? Okay. So that means that this 8, right, is telling me that there's an 8 in n digits away from this, right? So it can never be 1, because the 8 can't go here. It could be 2 if the 8 went here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Can't be 8. This could be 9. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 9. Meaning that this will never be an 8. At the very least. And we know that... No, we know that there has to be a 3 somewhere. But this could be an 8. Okay. Now where is 6 in here, right? Because we still need a middle number. 6 goes here, 6 can't go here. 6 puts a 5 here, removes a 5 from here. What else does that do? Any... Right, 5 is here, that puts a 6 here. Removes a 6 here, which removes a 2 from here. Which also removes a 4 from here. Five goes in one of these spaces, but I don't know which one. Don't know which one. Do we have anything else? Wait, we know that this can no longer be a 9. So it has to be a 3. This has to be a 2. What else? And this being a 6-9 at least simplifies this. 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, where there's no 5. Does it do anything else for us, though? What about this square here? Right, it's either missing a 5 or a 6, and whichever one it's missing can only go here. Assuming that it, you know, has a 5 or a 6, of course. Because it doesn't necessarily have to have a 5 or a 6. Alright, what does Frank do next? Well, why can this not be a 9? If this is 6... why can this not be a 9? Because he says this can't be a 9. Don't know why. This 6 with 2, 3, 8, and 9. This 6 with 2 and 9, so this cannot be 9. If this is 9... oh, because if this is 9, this would have to be 2. Okay. Okay, I get it. I'm silly. It's either this is 2 and this is 9, right? Or one of these is 3 and the other one is 8. Okay. 2, 3, 8. And 3, 8, 9. These are the possibilities for 5 in this space. Okay. What next? What did he mean by that? This is a 3-9 for some reason, right? Oh, yeah. Because 9 can only go in these spaces, right? And 3 has to go in one of these two. I still don't know what all this can be. But okay, I'll take it, you know? Maybe a 3. Four, 5. Just hold on. I 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, or 9. 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, or 9. Okay. Okay. Oh boy, that pushes 1 into here. It's also never going to be in here anyway. One, 2, 4, 5, 7. My brain melts a little bit. My brain melts a little bit. You know? I don't want to get meltier. Finally placed the 6-9 pair. I have a 6 here, but that means this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's always a 2 in here, though. Always a 2 in here. And always a 2 in here. Right, there's never a 6 in here anymore either. So there's also always a 1 in here. Okay. Okay. There's always a 1 and a 2. 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. Still not very helpful. Still not very helpful at all. Except, hold on, ones are locked into these spaces now. These can't be ones. This has to be one. These can't be ones. This has to be one. Can I make any more progress with that, please? Three, 4, 5, 7, 8. 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. Not a very fun group of digits going on. I'm gonna be completely honest. Well, what else can go here? 7, 8, and 9, obviously. And also a 4. And we know that 4 has to go here. So 4 is never going to go here. So this is either going to be a 1, 2, 3, 9 or a 1, 2, 5, 7. Hi, Smimo. Are you clammed down, baby? Do you want Smimo cam? You want to be on camera, Smimo? Oh, beautiful. Hello, beautiful. Hello, my beautiful baby. Hello, my beautiful baby. Hello, my beautiful Smeemy. And let's just check that I have this right so far. Okay, cool. Hello, Smeems. Hello, you have such a wide eyes right now. Ah, no! Row 2, column 9. This can't be 9? Why can this not be 9, pray tell? Nine is either in the 3-9 pair for the cage, or it's setting the 3 in that cell. Hold on, let me try to comprehend what you just said to me. 9 is either in a 3-9 pair for this cage. If it's in a 3-9 pair for this cage, that would mean this would be a 7 or an 8. Okay. Or it's in this cell and sets this to a 3. Sure, yeah. I mean, I would like to... Yeah. Sure. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it where we can get it. Hi, Smeemy. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. I love you. Ow! 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 Why? 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 Why painful? Why painful? Why the painful? Hey! 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 Stop that. Stop that. Ow! 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 You're being very mean. You're being very mean. You're being very mean. You're being very mean. Smimo. They're literally grabbing the camera right now. Now they're reaching for my phone. Smimo, you don't want to lay here. You want to play. And I love you. I love you. I will play with you. I will play with you, baby. Okay, so you marked this out actually. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 9. Even though it's like even though it's very messy, this guy marks everything out. Smimo, what? What? Guess that forces this to be a 3, 5, 7, or a 9, because 4 is always in here, and 1 and 2 are always in here. 1, 2, 4, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. And why not the 8, though? Why not an 8? No, there is an 8 possible here, yeah. Cool. Nope, there goes Mimi. Well. Ah! They are so long. Hold on, so that means this cannot be a 4 or a 5. No, it can't be a 5 or a 6. Could be a 4. I'm reading it backwards still is the issue. Now, if this was a 2, this would have to be an 8, this would have to be a 4. If this was 3, this would have to be an 8. No. 2, 3, 4, 7, 9, yeah. Okay, come on. I mean, okay, 6 goes in here somewhere. Sure. Like, I guess. You know. Oh, you just got that to that 9 that you mentioned can never be a 9. Now he marked these, right? Which is, you know, useful. Alright. 6. I think 6 might not ever be able to be here. Here is the thing. Right? Because it can't go here. Right? It could go in one of these two spots. But doing so requires possibly a 5. But that's not possible. Or a 2, 3, 4. That would force that to be a 9. Okay, hold on. Six is one of the... Oh, 6 is also one of these two digits. Okay, yeah. 6 is locked into here, locking it out of here. 6 is locked into here, locking it out of here. This'll never have a 6. Okay. One of these has to be 6. So it'll be very interesting if this is the 5. And there's always a 1. Always a 1 in here. Okay, okay. There's always a 1 in here, and there's always a 1 in here, and there's a 1 here that forces a 1 here. Right? Then 5s have to go here. This can no longer be an 8. This can no longer be a 3. This can no longer be a 5. There can no longer be a 5 in here. Okay. This is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, or a 9. It just can't be a 5 or a 6. That's kinda it. Do you have anything else for me? Okay. Okay, hold up. This can't be a 3 because of the door on the top not being able to be a 6. It can't be a 1. Why could it not be a 2? It couldn't be a 2 because of this. Right, it can't be a 3 because of the door. Could be a 4. It can't be a 5. Can't be a 6. Then this is a 2, 7, 8, 9 quadruple. It's rare to see a full quadruple like that in a way that is actually useful, but this has to be a 4. Okay. This could be a 3. Can't be a 4. Could be a 5 or a 6. Can't be a 7, 8, or a 9. This is a 3, 5, 6 triple, though. So, this is a 1, 2, 4, 8. And this is a not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Has to be a 7 or a 9. This can no longer be a 7 or a 9, meaning this has to be a 4, 8. Meaning that the 3 has to go here, and this has to be a 9. This has to be a 3. This can no longer be a 3. This has to be an 8, which puts a 5 here, a 6 here, a 3 here. Removes the 8 from here, pushes it up here, removes the 8 from here. Everything's looking alright so far. Either of these is going to be an 8. Either of these is going to be an 8. None of these is going to be an 8. This isn't going to be a 3. Nice female. There you go. They wanted to play fetch. Right. This has to be a 3. This has to be a 5. Neither of these can be a 3 anymore. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. This is a 2, 7, 9 triple, meaning that these can't be 2 anymore. This is a 1, 2, 4, 6 quadruple, meaning this can't be a 2 anymore. This can't be a 5. These can't be 4 or 8 anymore. I forgot, but that's fine. These can't be 3-door at top can't be a 5 anymore. Oh yeah, you're right. That forces this to be a 3-9 pair too. That's incredibly useful. Thank you. Because that means none of these can be 9s, and that this has to be a 7, this has to be a 2, this has to be a 9, this has to be a 6. 2, 8. 8 puts the 3 here, 9 here. 1 here. That's a good catch. I appreciate it. Mimo, can you, like, chill, please? That threw me off. Mimo, you threw me off, baby. Oh. There's a 5. Is that all of the doors solved, just about? This can no longer be a 9. It'd still be a 2. Right. It can't be a 4 anymore, though. This becomes a 2-4-7 triple, though. It'd be a 5. 6, not a 7. 8 or a 9. This can't be a 5 or a 9. This can't be a 9, and this can't be a 5. So it always has to have a 2 or a 7 in it. It neither has a 2 nor a 7. It's not eligible. Now a 2, 6, 8, or 9, or a 7, 6, 8, or 9. 2, neither a 6, 8, nor a 9. No. 7. Oh. 8. 2, 4, and 8. That works. 2, 3, 9. That works. 1, 6, 7. That works. Okay. So, this is either going to be a 1, 6, 7. Or a 2, 3, 9. Or a 2... Hold on. If this were to be a 9, that would have to be a 3. This cannot be a 9. Okay. Or a 2, 4, 8. So this has to be a 1, a 3, or a 4. That's just maths, baby. Oh, hold on. This becomes a 1, 2, 4. This is the only place a 6 is possible. Do I have anything else? Do I have anything else? I mean, I could probably just fill in the rest of these too. Alright, now do I have anything else? That's the real question. 8 either goes in the 2nd or the 7th spot. Never go here. And everything is right so far. Oh. So there's some basic Sudoku happening that I'm not catching, because all of the rules are satisfied. This is a 4-7. Four, 7, 2, 4, 7. One, 2, 4, 7. 8. Mimo, can you please, my love? Rest? You're hyperventilating. Nope, you're just excited and attacking. Okay. If you're going to attacking, no desk. Does anyone see it? Because, like, we are on the cusp of this. You really want to be on the desk, huh? I love you. I won't pet you. Don't worry. One, 2, 4, 8. Five, 6. Right, this 5, 6 pair. Gets rid of 5s and 6s from here. Makes a 1, 2, 4, 8. That's kind of it for that. This is a 5, 6. 5, 6, 8, 9. Obviously, we already had that. Alright. I'm jumping back to Hintsville. Posits that this has to be that this is resolved. Right, because if this is 5... Okay, I was missing a math bit. If this is 5, this would have to be 7. So this can never be a 5. This has to be a 9, and this has to be a 3. And I'm surprised at how much we were able to get done without, you know, realizing that. This is 1, 4, 7, 8. That means this has to be the 9. This can no longer be a 9. This has to be a 9. This has to be a 6. This has to be a 5. This could be a 2, 4, 8. Cannot be a 2, 3, 9 anymore. Be a 2, 4, 8 or a 1, 6, 7. Now, if it's a 2, 4, 8, then this has to be 1, 4, 2, 8, and this becomes impossible. If it's a 2, 4, 8, this becomes impossible. So this has to be a 7, this has to be a 1, this has to be a 6. Nice. See, we got there eventually. This becomes a 7, this becomes a 4, this becomes a 5, this becomes a 7. This becomes a 4, this becomes a 1, 6, 7, 8, 4, 2, 4, 8, 1, 4, 2, 1, 8, 1, 4, 2. Which gives us a 1 here. We found the library codex and unlocked collectible coins. Library codex gives us our next clue for the puzzle as a whole, right? But we are not touching that yet. I would like to just wrap up as much of this as we can right now. 2, 4. This can no longer be a 3. Can no longer be a 5. It has to be a 9, 7, 6, 5, 9. Six, 4, 2, 5, 6, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3. Yeah. This is a 1. This becomes a 5, 4. Can't be a 5 or a 7. It has to be a 9. This has to be a 5. Leaving just these unresolved 2, 3s. Which all see each other, weirdly enough. But this can't actually be a 3, because of this 7 on the German whisper line. Right, did I place something poorly? Oh, I did place something poorly. I literally said this can't be a 3, and then placed a 3 here. LMAO. There we go. There we go. Alright. Well. Okay. With that, I think I'm going to call it for the night. I've been streaming for 8 hours. Just Sudoku. Straight up just Sudoku for 8 hours. 8 hours Sudoku. Sudoku for 8 hours. Right. It's gonna be a smaller raid, but I'm going to raid. Right? But first of all, just, hey, We're finishing up Twilight Princess tomorrow. It's gonna be faster. It's gonna be, you know, more sillies, more nonsense. And then, yo, next week, this time next week, I'm gonna be streaming fucking Silk Song. That's gonna be insane. That's gonna be crazy. Because I am streaming Silk Song day of release. Like, God help me. Anyway. Good nights. Good nights. Remember to send Smemo berries and such. Tiny Raid, go! Tiny Raid, go!